am the Senate. Just kidding. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Today is April 1st, 2023, and this is a special edition of Trekking Across the Universe here on the NDB Media Network. And thank you for joining us, one and all. Of course, I am Palpatine, and it's going to be a glorious morning. We have guests all over, set up and ready to go, and we're just excited to be here. Look at that. We have Jay already joining us. And folks, if you didn't figure it out, you know what today is. Let's get back to where we need to be. All messing around and all kidding aside, we're going to get to it. Good morning, sports fans, and welcome to another edition of NDB Media's Sports Talk with the Guys, home of the Monday morning quarterbacks on Saturday. Yes, Jay, you caught it. Good for you, and thank you. Of course, I am the Scorekeeper. And yes, it is going and blowing. Indeed, we are. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I am the Scorekeeper. In high school, my freshman year on the varsity baseball team, I was number 14. And then for my senior year, I was also number 14. I believe it was my junior year that I was 19. Jersey number, and not of age. Ugh, I was an old spirit. No, actually, I was a dumb spirit back then. Just a stuck-up dumb spirit who thought he knew quite a bit of stuff. But that's neither here nor there. And I don't remember what my sophomore number was. It wasn't 1. I don't remember what my sophomore one was. Good morning, Tony! It's been a while, buddy. Thank you for joining us, and we already got a like this morning from the engineer. So thank you, thank you, thank you. And I just spoke to Michael right before we went on it. Hey, anyone going to join me? I already put the code out there. You know what to do. Today is April 1st. It is Day of Fools. That's why we're here. So glorious thing. Thank you, Tony, for the love. We're so insecure here, the old guys. I don't know if you caught, I think it was Tuesday's interview with Stacy Reed from the ARC. An incredible amount of fun, broke all of our records. We went with the guest over 2 hours. She lost track of time, and it was a one fun of a story. What did I say? Fundable? I think I was trying to say wonderful story. Wow, it is early, but maybe I'm just a tad tired right now. Must be that time of year, but it's neither here nor there. So good morning, everyone, and thank you. We did not know. Big Dog and I had an impromptu staff meeting on Thursday since it was opening day. Play ball! We're going to go over what happened on opening day. It was wonderful. Was able to take a little bit of time for myself. We met up for a quick meal over at Applebee's, as I mentioned. We said we would get together, and we did. We were there for about 4 hours, which was really neat. And the Big Dog did ask if the engineer was going to join us. And I said, sadly, I don't think so. He hadn't confirmed, but it is what it is. I don't know what I'm going to be doing for the All-Star game, God willing. If I'm able to travel, I may try to meet up with Dan Schlossberg, who I am covering for this Thursday on Blog Talk Radio, the real mother channel, the main channel, Travelage Radio, if you know of it or don't know it. Dan Schlossberg is the author emeritus, publicist emeritus, and voice emeritus of many, many things on the internet and the real world. He has been writing books for a long time. I didn't even know it, but I had several sports books written by Dan Schlossberg. And then when he joined the network, I'm like, is that the same guy? It's like, turns out that it is. And he's written the New Baseball Bible, which I have a copy. He wrote another book, which I used in reference for a long time, Baseball Gold, which I have that one. That one I purchased before I met him, which is really, really cool. I've used that book from time to time in reference when I have no material, which is pretty much every day. And the new baseball Bible is dedicated by him to me, which was just absolutely incredible. Anyway, I get to cover for him when he's out on April 6th at 5 p.m. Pacific time. That's going to be on Blog Talk Radio. I may have a simulcast over here. I may even try to record it. So you might see my, you don't want to see Palpatine's face. But hey, it's baseball. So I'm going to be covering for him at 5 p.m. Pacific time on blogtalkradio.com/NDB Media. So that's the link. I'm going to be there on Thursday at 5 p.m. and it's digital radio where we got our start. Man, that is crazy. Where we got our start. That is so funny. But the interview on Tuesday was phenomenal with our guest, Stacey Reed. She's a blast. She's from Zimbabwe, and her drama teacher showed up in the broadcast, and we brought her aboard. They hadn't spoken to each other for like 5-6 years. That was neat. That was a lot of fun. So it was cool. I'm glad I had a chance to be a part of it. It was rather emotional, and her drama teacher was like right there, worked through the technical issues, and was able to join us. Absolutely a lot of fun. But it is 45 degrees right here out in hell. It's going to reach a high of 72. Damn, I'm going to be stuck in here all day again, but it is what it is. Overnight low of 46. So it's actually colder now than it will be overnight. Absolutely hilarious. The humidity is 83%. Yeah, I do feel it. Pressure is 30.12 inches. Visibility is at 9 miles, even though sunrise is at 6:38 a.m. Sunset will be at 7:11 p.m. Oh, 7:11. I've been there in a little bit. Wind is heading to the southwest at 4 miles per hour. It's 40 degrees. The dew point, of course, at this hour, UV index is 0 of 10. Sunrise is in about 30 minutes. And in the moon phase, we are a waxing gibbous. Woohoo! Just terribly excited about that. And let me see if I can do the others. Oh, of course, you opened up on this side. Today, as I mentioned, is April 1st. We have back today in 1919, the Stanley Cup Finals, Seattle Ice Arena, Seattle, Washington, with the Montreal Canadiens of the NHL and the Seattle Metropolitans of the PCHA tied at 2-2-1. Trophy was not awarded due to a worldwide flu epidemic. Ha! Ha! As much as things change, they always remain the same. Wow. Back in 1973, today, Boston Celtics captain John Havlicek scores a career-high 54 points in a 139-109 rout of Atlanta Hawks in Game 1 of the first round of the Eastern Conference playoffs. Also in 1973, despite a final 5-3 round loss to Montreal, Boston Bruins center Phil Esposito wins his third consecutive NHL scoring title with 130 points from 55 goals and 75 assists in the 78-game season. Wow. That is crazy. And, of course, today, back in 1981, Edmonton center, the great Wayne Gretzky has an assist, his 103rd in the Oilers' 4-4 tie with Colorado Rockies to break Bobby Orr's 10-year mark for most assists in a single NHL season. And finally, on this day in 1989, Abe Bartlett Giamatti replaces Peter Ueberroth as the 7th commissioner of Major League Baseball, who dies suddenly of a heart attack 5 months later. But in his tenure, Pete Rose receives a lifetime ban. Whew. Man, how things have changed. Sorry, folks, I did not get to your comments right now. And yes, a red Slurpee. I don't remember the color that I would go for. Coffee says, I watched some baseball. I was so bored, even faster. It isn't fun. It's also not baseball season, still hockey season. Well, it usually is the first Monday in April. That was the traditional start of baseball for decades, which would have put baseball starting at April 3rd. And it would have been the Reds playing whoever. They were one of the oldest teams of all time. But that changed when ESPN got the contract and they started the Sunday night games. Blew it all to hell. And we have what we have now, which is generally the Thursday before April. So, yes, I am. I have it right here. I went with French roast this morning, so I'm feeling it. Good morning, Aisha. Thank you, folks. We need your likes. We need your love. We appreciate it. We're insecure over here, and I like it. So are we going to be able to put his quotes? Screw it. In this case involving two things that don't need to exist, I'm throwing it out due to lack of cause. Coffee on April 9th, 2022. So, folks, we do pay in attention. We have your quotes. We save them. Back on this day, on November 1st, 2008, I quoted some guy named Scorekeeper. In this case, I withhold my comment as such jackassity does not merit my time nor inclination. Scorekeeper, November 1st, 2008. And another one of our quotes, I don't know the date, but today's athletes talk about rights and privileges. And the players 50 years ago, which is probably 60, talked about obligations and responsibilities. And to me, that describes society today, Lou Holtz. Yes, Lou. I most wholeheartedly agree, Lou. No doubt about that. And we have several comments. Thank you, Jay. Yes, I was the Dark Lord for the first 3-4 minutes. For those of you that missed it. And it's good. So thank you. I want to give a shout out. Oh, look at that. Lisa Lomas. Thank you, Lisa. Thank you for the like. Folks, let us know who you are and where you hail from. It's great. Thanks for joining us on a Saturday morning. And we've got to get to it. I got to get through my routine before the other co-hosts join me. So we're going to take a quick look at National Rugby League, which is going on down under. Some highlights on March 30th. The Roosters edged the Eels 28-20 in round 5 of the Telstra Premiership. Yesterday on the 31st, the Raiders got slummoxed or beat up by the Panthers 53-12. I don't think that would have happened in the real world. But hey, it is what it is. And the Rabbitohs lost to the Storm 18-10. The Sea Eagles and the Knights 32-32 tie. Dragons walloped the Dolphins 38-12. I'm so sorry. And today, on April 1st, all my fellow fools, the Broncos 46-12 versus the West's Tigers. Today at 11:05 p.m. Pacific time, the Sharks visit the Warriors. And tomorrow at 1:15 a.m., the Bulldogs visit the Cowboys. So, woohoo! And I think I've gotten all the comments over there. Let me take a quick look. I'm sorry, folks. I'm a little bit behind. I am a tad tired. So we're going to go straight to Major League Baseball right now to some of our stories. In opening day action on, I want March 30th. There we go, March 30th. On opening day, the Braves beat the Nationals 7-2. The Yankees shut out the Giants 5-0. Garrett Cole set an opening day record for Yankee pitchers with 12 strikeouts. He had 10 through 4 innings and pitched a total of 6 innings. The Orioles edged the Red Sox 10-5, which was the free game of the day. Folks, remember on MLB TV, you are able to watch every day. Well, right now, oh, damn it, I think I missed it, the one shining moment. Anyway, on Major League Baseball TV during all season, they have a game available, and the Orioles and Red Sox, actually, I believe for the first week or 2 weeks on Major League Baseball TV, all games are free, but every day they choose a free game of the day, and it was the Orioles Red Sox, which I've already repeated for the third time already. Cubs 4-0 over the Brewers. Rays edged Tigers 4-0. The Rangers, which is a game we were watching at Applebee's, 11-7 over the Phillies. Pirates edged the Commies 5-4. And I think the Blue Jays edged the Cardinals 10-9. And the Gemelitos beat America's AAA team 2-0. And the Mets beat the Marlins 5-3. The White Sox beat the A-holes 3-2. Rockies 7-2 to the Padres. And the Athletics edged the Angels 2-1. The Dodgers put it to the Diamondbacks 8-2. And the Mariners shut out the Guardians 3-0. And that was on opening day. We'll get to scores for yesterday and standings as we traditionally follow. But the one shining moment. I don't know, Jay. I don't know if I get it. But the man, the one who is from Ohio. Oh. How you doing, Almighty?
I am doing fine. And good morning, everybody. Welcome to another edition of Sports Talk with the Guys. And we're going to try to get you through this today as best we can. So buckle your seatbelts and get ready for a great ride. But first, this disclaimer. Only Roger kills brain cells and will start the zombie apocalypse and wears the pins. The rest of us are professional sports podcasters. And on that note, hit that subscribe button, hit that like button, and hit that bell notification, damn it.
Woohoo! Roger. Thank you. That's impressive. Yes, folks, Final Four today. I did not go over it, but today, March Madness, Final Four in Houston. And, of course, the March Madness will continue on March 3rd for the championship. You are so right, Jay. It's college basketball. Some good, exciting stuff right there. Come on, Coffee. You know better. Oh, yes. Love the voice. So, Jay already, he's got a man crush on the voice. I don't know what you're going to do with that, Almighty.
Well, if he gives me a phone call, we can work it out.
And good morning to Going Across the Pond. How are you, anime girl? What's up, Holy Claus?
Good morning. How are you?
I'm wide awake. I'm having my cup of Joe. Almighty's here. And you? Life is good in the hood, so they say.
So, how are you doing, anime girl? Everything fine across the pond? You getting ready for any kind of football going on? Or rugby?
Not off the top of my head that I can remember, no. But, yeah, no doubt there'll be something in the ether happening. I finally found out your name the other night. I didn't know.
My name?
No, yeah, yours. No,
yeah,
I do.
Yeah, my name's the Almighty.
No.
I don't know.
No.
Yeah.
You have another name, don't you?
Well, that's when I have to come down and do some interviews. I don't want to overwhelm the guest with my real name, so I.
Yeah, when you're suited and booted, you know.
Oh, you saw that!
No.
Yes.
Yeah. Well, we had a guest.
I know it comes across as bad the way I said it, and I didn't mean to. What I was bragging about was I appreciate the fact that when we did the professionals, which we haven't done in a little bit and we have to get back to, Almighty showed up with his hat, but he showed up with a collared shirt and a tie. Blew me away. I loved it. And whenever we have a guest, doesn't matter who it is, Almighty comes to play. He sets the professional standard for us, and it's absolutely embarrasses the shit out of Michael and myself because Michael and I are just casual.
Well, there's an easy fix to that, but you guys would rather come wearing your scrubs, so that's up to you. I just do it because we have a guest, and I want to show my respects, and it gives me a chance to wear the ties. I really don't have much to wear a suit. No one wears a suit anymore, so. I mean, it's better than showing up in my pajamas.
In Scotland, it says it shows their brocked upness. You see.
Oh. That sounds almost too much like proctologist. I don't know if I like that. But
yeah, shows that are brought up wrong.
Okay. Well, I don't want to get those two confused when I'm talking to somebody.
and the wordsmith there. Our great wordsmith, I'm going to strangle him for murdering the English language last week. I had to go back and check what you said, and when I checked it, Mr. Noriega, I could kick your butt.
What was his
Damn
error?
it! Well, there were two of them. So
It's quite simple. You were talking to Big Dog, and you were on about dragging the gentleman to a certain location. Only you didn't use the word drag or dragged, did you, sir? No, you used the word, and I quote, drugged. Now, excuse me, but drugs or drugged means medication or legal substances. You're yanking somebody in the wrong direction, Mr. Noriega.
Well, that could have been on purpose there, anime girl. I mean, you have this is
No.
Roger we're talking about. Maybe he had
No.
to drug somebody to get them to come over to his house.
Possibly, but no, he was just being grammatically lazy, you see.
I was way lazy because it is dragged.
Bingo.
And yeah.
But I notice a lot of Americans do that. I have no idea why. Would you care to explain?
No, because the past tense, it is not drug. It is for a medicine, and yeah, I was obviously medicated. That might have been a Freudian slip, anime girl.
I'll believe you. Thatchers wouldn't.
Anyway,
I don't know about that.
Ooh.
I don't know, but I do. I'm in drag now, folks. I am in drag.
yeah, that's
So the
that's
weekend.
unnecessary, Roger.
I know.
So the weekend name is Regina, is it not, Roger?
No, it would be. I was called it once in grade school, Rogeria or something like that.
Wow. Wow. Well, there you go.
Actually, the female to Rogelio is Rogelia. So there is a, which I've only heard once. So there is a Rogelio. It's Rogelia. I do have my own vernacular. Yes, Tony. If there's anyone that's been putting up with, I'm sorry, anime girl. I was going to say, if there's anyone that's been putting up with me across all platforms, it is Tony. And I do have faux pas from time to time.
Faux pas?
Faux
You?
pas, yes.
Good grief.
Danilo.
Okay, coffee's got me confused there.
Yeah, so do I. Thank you for that. But thank you, young person. I don't have too many, do I?
Roger, you seem to have faded, mate.
Again?
Yes,
Again.
Oh, God.
you may be up. You may need to procure a new microphone.
Ah! How about now?
Nope,
No.
You guys
you've done busted it.
just take over the program.
All right.
That's you.
Me? Oh fuck! What
Yeah,
am I
you.
going to do? I don't know.
The hell, I don't know. You're the more senior person here when it comes to presenting the show.
Oh, okay. I'll go along with that.
Plus, you're in America, so that gives you two reasons to
I'm
take
in
over.
America. I'm
Yeah.
in America. Okay, since someone brought up the Final Four, and I'm just going to go off the top of my head. There's a sports reporter that will not cover the Final Four because of Texas's gun laws. So they're going to sit it out because they don't agree with their gun laws. Doesn't agree with their constitutional right to bear arms. And that, I guess that's okay, but every state has something that you probably disagree with. How far do you take this if that's your purview to pick things you don't like about a state, about laws? And everybody knows when you go to Texas what you're walking into. It's nothing new. And so I don't understand it. I know that over there across the pond you have really strict gun laws.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
And
Very, very strict.
and to us, we still seem like to you, we seem like the Wild West still. So,
Yeah.
and
Yeah.
I
I
can
mean,
see that from the outside. Well, even from here, when you're looking about with all the gun violence. But I'm just saying, but not to go into that. I'm just saying this sportscaster took a stand not to go to Texas because he didn't agree with their gun laws. And my thing is, well, every state probably has something you would not agree with, but I just thought I'd since Roger brought up the Final Four, I thought I would bring that in real quick. And I don't know if anybody has an opinion on this reporter just sitting out because he does not agree with a certain state's politics.
I just don't understand what it is with assault rifles. I mean, yeah, I can understand handguns to an extent. I can understand rifles for those that go hunting, but assault weapons, really?
Oh, Tanya, another person that does not like the Second Amendment. But
Well, actually, a lot of Americans misuse the Second Amendment. If you read it correctly, the right to bear arms is in defense of the country.
not necessarily, because Jefferson said it should also be used to keep the government in check. Because he argued that if you give the government all the guns, well, then you lose your power, and the government will come. Well, it's already getting that way anyway, even though we're armed. It doesn't matter if we're armed or not. We are losing rights every day.
Yeah.
With Congress is passing something or a state is passing something. But that was the idea behind the Second Amendment. Also, was to keep the police at bay so they don't abuse their power. But that's still happening. So it's not working. But that was also one of the reasons for the Second Amendment. Of course, Jefferson told us that the government should be torn down every 10 years and rebuilt. And we haven't done that in over 200 years. So we're stuck with what we got because we don't tear it down every 10 years like we're supposed to. Of course, tearing it down and rebuilding would take a while. Now, it's fine when it's back in the 1800s and we had no world power. You had no power. But now if we tore down the government, who knows what would happen.
Well, anyway, that comment, Almighty, by you reminds me of a joke that a comedian had in the late 80s and maybe even early 90s when a lot of stuff, well, it's always going on in the Middle East, but the comedian was saying something to the effect of, oh, I hear my buddy saying, we ought to blow them back to the Stone Age. We ought to go over and do this. We ought to go and do that. And your comment reminds me of that comedian where he said, blow them back to the Stone Age? That'll set them back, 2-3 weeks? I mean, come on.
Yeah, but
so, there's your political commentary.
I'm sorry, I got off track here. I'm just saying
that is fair.
But I mean, I'm just saying how far do you take it? But Roger, what do you think about a journalist not going somewhere because they don't agree with the politics?
It's very difficult because how do you pick and choose? Because there are so many things. Look, the writer took a stand, and there it is. So we now know what they believe, but when you have a job and you want to do it, you actually have to just go ahead and do it. The person will be limited in where they're going to work. Okay, let me put it to you this way. When you were offered the job, you didn't say, okay, I'll do it except for this, 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 and this. Like, no, it wasn't done that way. So I admire that the writer took a stand. I don't know where it's going to go. But when you start putting that, folks, you can go in a... Okay. The writer is not supposed to be the story. Okay. And if that writer chooses not to go to Texas, they can't go to another high crime state, which is Missouri. They can't go to another high crime state, which is Montana. They cannot go to another high crime state, which I've been to myself, which is Alaska. There is more gun violence in those states. And I just mentioned a few. There's Illinois. There is...
what did you just say?
Illinois.
What?
About the... Oh, okay, look. First of all, we're not going to make this a political program.
No,
and I'm going to leave it as comment, but there is more gun
I'm
violence
just saying you didn't
per
pronounce
people.
it right. You didn't pronounce it right. That's all.
Oh,
the S is
bastard.
silent.
Oh, you very, very well done. Okay, you got me on that one. You almost got me to go off. But look, folks, we're not going to make.
I heard Illinois. I'm like, what the fuck?
Illinois,
anyway.
yes. Oh my God!
I think
it's
girl
way
even
too
caught
early.
that.
It is Illinois. Yes, like Tecumseh. How the hell do you pronounce that one, Tecumseh? Oh my God! But anyway, that's a name that always threw me. But folks, it is what it is. Look, again, I admire the writer had the ability to take a stand and let it be known, and it's a good thing. I happen to agree with them, but I also see it from the other side. Where do you draw a line? If you draw a line there, what is the next person going to draw a line on? If it's in the Constitution or something that is arguable, they can take a stand. So you have to be careful. There are ramifications to what we do. And I suppose Almighty, that was one of the longer responses to a question. I do want to give a shout out to Tanya this morning and to Jay, Tony, Aisha, someone by the name of Piotr, Gama, and someone else by the name of, and we had Lisa Lomas early in the program as well. So, folks, let us know who you are, where you hail from, and let us know if you want to join the program. You already have the invite. It's on the NDB administration page, and it's in our Facebook chat. The code is there. You don't have to ask. The link is there. Join. Please, Tanya, if you're going to be there, unless you want my invite every time, I'm all right with that. But, I mean, come on. Gridiron Girl, come and join us. Jay, come and join us. Come on, guys.
Big Dog reckons he's just got out of bed, so he'll be a little while. I read his little message there.
Yeah.
How did you know that, Animaker?
Because he
commented a moment ago.
He commented.
Oh, did he? Did I miss it?
Yeah. Yes.
I guess
you missed it.
We have our first update. Thank you. It is final. Manchester City 4, Liverpool 1. And I know I'm going to be reprimanded on the pronunciation there. So.
No.
All right. Of course, she says good morning. Good morning.
Morning.
In high school, when I was fortunate to play varsity baseball, my freshman baseball number was 14, as well as my senior year. It was 14. I mentioned earlier that, and it used to be on my high school ring as well, number 14. So I was Lupinella. For those of you that know that from the number, I was number 14 in high school, but I was also number 19 in my junior year. And I do not recall for the life of me what my sophomore number was. And I remember that was a significant year for me as to what the number was. I don't think it might have been number 1. I was lucky to get that number because I know my buddy Tony Calvano had number 1 in senior year when we got the new uniforms. So I don't recall. But number 14 is basically my high school number as a pitcher. So that was a joke. All right, you little rat bastard. Oh, Jay, you want to play this morning? Number 0. Folks, I understand that Major League Baseball, due to the Yankees having trouble, as you know, they have so many numbers that are retired. They don't have many numbers. And this preseason or spring training, they were running out of numbers. So we may have the beginning of Major League Baseball using more than 100 numbers. I don't think it's a rule. It's just an understanding right now. So who knows? Who knows what may happen?
Like the Enterprise Hero.
I think what you mean is they might have to go to triple digits.
Yeah, I like the Enterprise there, Almighty. It's very nice.
Well, thank you.
Good
Happy
job.
birthday, Speedy.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Good morning.
No,
Speedy's
he
birthday
did not
the other
mean
day.
that in past tense. He said happy birthday for today.
whatever. I'm just wishing him
Morning,
happy
Speedy.
birthday.
How are we?
Good. How are you, anime girl?
Well, I've just reprimanded Roger, and I was admiring Almighty's enterprise, and then you appeared.
Yep.
So if I went from a scorekeeper to a starship to a mouse. I'm doing well.
That's very good.
Hey, I went from a scorekeeper to a starship to a mouse. I'm doing well. That may be one of the quotes I keep. That is good. I like it. I like it. Good morning, Speedy. How you doing, buddy? All kidding aside, it was your birthday. I believe it might have been, was it yesterday, Speedy?
Yeah, yesterday.
Oh,
Wow. Hey, so when does
belated
your...
happy birthday, Matt.
Thank you.
So what'd you do for your birthday, buddy?
I got a gift card for $25, and then last night, the other neighbor for whatever reason backed out, and only one neighbor went with me to Olive Garden. So, but I got a cake from Olive Garden too. So,
Good for you, buddy. Coffee says, as the A's fan club president, Matt, are you excited that the Japanese kid is starting today? That's, of course, in Major League Baseball, folks, which is
Yeah.
really, really funny. Yeah. Good shot, Coffee. So, Speedy, I'm sorry. I was talking about you on Thursday when I was meeting up with the big dog. And when the Yankees beat the Giants, I was like, man, I'm not going to brag about it. It's whether the Giants have no talent or not. That's immaterial to the conversation.
Excuse me.
Yeah.
They bought somebody, didn't they? Was it Gary Sanchez? They just got hold of him.
Did they really? The Giants got a hold of the ex-Yankee Gary Sanchez?
Yeah, he's on a he's on a minor league contract, pending a physical, and then he can opt out if he's not promoted to the major league by May the 1st. There you go.
Well, you didn't get Aaron Judge, but you still did get one of the baby bombers, and that could be Gary Sanchez. Good morning, Double D. Double D, you should join us this morning. Jay, you should join us. Everyone and anyone. Tanya, join us. Do I have to ask each and every time? I'm old, man. I don't have time to do this. I just don't. But
have you heard about John? Was it John Brockington?
No.
He died.
I guess that's why I didn't hear about him.
Mm-hmm.
Well, why don't you see that story through, Anime Girl?
Well, I would, but I'd have to come out of this. I'd have to come out of the picture I'm in, and I can't do that. It's on MSN. Just you go look for it.
It's on a message? Oh, come on.
He's like, oh, come on.
Look, it's that time of year, folks. And look, I respect, admire, and I'm eternally grateful. Folks, for you to give me a non-financial question at this point in my life during this time, it's like, are you guys being sadists? I mean, come on, man. But I do want to give a shout out to everyone that's in the Sports Talk with the Guys chat. I am eternally grateful because a lot of material is there, and I don't always head to it. But I am eternally grateful that we should get to more of those stories, and I think it's cool. But Speedy, you put a sports story in the NDB Media forum, the administration forum. I thought that was funny, but good for you. It looks like we do have breaking news this morning. I don't know of it, but I thank you. According to AJ Casavel of MajorLeagueBaseball.com, the Padres and infielder Jake Cronenworth have agreed to a 7-year contract extension. The Padres are here to play. They are spending money. Double D, Darla, thank you. Appreciate the like as well. We're already up to 8, and it's only 6:40 in the morning right now, folks. Wow. Absolutely awesome. So before we get to some other items, we traditionally during baseball season do go over the scores and the standings right now where we are in Major League Baseball. So as of action last night, Miami beat the New York Mets 2-1. Houston avenged the loss on opening day over the White Sox. They doubled up on them 6-3. Colorado has now put San Diego 0-2 in the early season. Arizona evened the score 2-1 against the Dodgers. Cleveland also is now 1-1, 9-4 over Seattle. So really good stuff. Later on today, the White Sox visit Houston, Toronto at St. Louis, Milwaukee at Chicago. Way to go, Cuervo. Cubs started 1-0. Glad opening day was good for you. Philadelphia lost to Texas, and Atlanta takes on Washington. San Francisco visits New York. The Angels are at Oakland, Baltimore at Boston, Pittsburgh at Cincinnati, Detroit at Tampa Bay. The Gemelitos visit America's AAA team again, and the Mets play against Miami later this evening. Of course, Colorado takes on San Diego. Arizona takes on the Dodgers. And in one of the final games tonight at 6:40 p.m. Eastern Time, Cleveland is at Seattle. So, as far as standings in this early season, our first look at Major League Baseball in the American League East.
I'll do the standings.
Go ahead, young man, please.
All right. So here we go. We're going to start with the American League and the American League East, where the Orioles, Yankees, Blue Jays, and Rays are both undefeated at 1-0. Is that correct?
It is, lad.
Okay. But the Red Sox are a lowly 0-1. So they're almost out of the race already. But in the American League Central, the Twins are 1-0. The White Sox are 1-1. The Indians are 1-1. The Royals and Tigers are at the bottom with 0-1. In the American League West, the Rangers are 1-0. The Athletics, Matt's team, is 1-0. The Astros are 1-1. The Mariners are 1-1. And the Angels in the outfield are 0-1 so far in the regular season. So now I will go to the National League, unless somebody else wants to do it, but I will continue if you would like. In the National League, in the East, the Braves are 1-0. The Marlins are 1-1. The Mets are 1-1. The Phillies and Nationals are 0-1. So Tanya should be happy about her team being at 500 and not eliminated from the playoffs yet. In the National League Central, the Cubs are 1-0. And the Pirates are 1-0. But the Reds and Cardinals or Brewers are in the bottom at 0-1. In the National West,
Scorekeeper's
the Rockies.
second favorite team? Oh my god.
What's that? What'd you say?
I said Scorekeeper's second favorite team is 0-1. Oh my god.
Which one's
What's
that?
he gonna do? The Reds.
Oh.
Yeah.
Well, there's no Charlie Hustle.
There we go.
In the National League West, the amazing Rockies are 2-0. The Diamondbacks and Dodgers are 1-1. The Dodgers are not out of the playoffs yet, so Roger can wear his shirt with pride. The Giants are 0-1. That will also make Matt cry. And the Padres, the wonderful team that they are 0-2. And that wraps up the Major League Baseball standings.
Ladies and gentlemen, what a wonderful read by Almighty. Thank you. That is a quick look at Major League Baseball. It is basically opening day weekend. A lot of stuff happens. Hope springs eternal. And one of the more amusing storylines on the third day of the season is how many people, San Diego included, were calling themselves America's World Series Championship.
Yeah, I thought
And the
that was funny
Padres
too.
are already 0-2. Nothing personal. That's an incredibly strong team, but they're 0-2. So,
Well, that's
sorry,
what you
San
get
Diego.
for. That's what they jinxed themselves by saying that.
Dumbasses.
Yep,
Yeah.
dumbasses. So,
Well, it's the same thing as what happened years ago when they said, well, so and so is a future world champion. They got that from wrestling, 100%. Because it was like years ago. Well, he's an indie star, right, Big Dog? Good morning, by the way. he'll never be world champion. And then all of a sudden, 15 years later, oh my God, he became the world champion. And now baseball does it, NASCAR does it. I'm the world champion, but you're not a world champion. I will be. I am. Okay, fine. That's what you think.
Actually, I think they got it from the 80s when Marino went to the Super Bowl in his second year and didn't win. They were like, oh, he'll get there many, many times. He's a future champion.
Oh,
Yeah.
my God. You remember the Super Bowl when Montana basically beat him, and they said, well, folks, understand that this is his first game. And methinks, I forget which one, it might have been McCarver. I don't know who it was, but
It's probably everybody.
Yes, we will see a lot of Marino in the future. And that was it, right? That was the only appearance, man.
That was the only trip.
In the Super Bowl, not like we didn't see a lot of them in the future, but not in the Super Bowl. But we were led to believe that Marino.
Morning, Adam. Sorry, that's a work companion of mine there.
Oh, really?
Absolutely awesome, Adam. We need a like, please.
But anyway, yeah, I know what you're saying. I thought it was his first year, Big Dog. Wasn't it his rookie year that he won?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I didn't remember. It could have been his first year. I couldn't remember it was first.
I kept thinking that he got there and then he got beat. Whatever. They still said the same thing. We're going to see him a lot in the Super Bowl. Like we're going to do is see him in the 80s.
Yep.
But instead
never again.
But instead we just saw John Elway lose all the time in Buffalo. So I mean that was all we got to see. But
so
who's the quarterback for Buffalo back then?
It was Kelly. Jim Kelly.
Kelly was 0-4.
Machine Gun Kelly.
And he lost 4 in a row, right?
Yeah, he did.
Yep.
He wanted to be that decade's Minnesota Vikings. So.
By the way, Adam, thank you. We already got a like, folks. We're already up to 9. Speedy, get off our arse and give us a damn like. I deliberately
Scorekeeper.
wild. Yes.
I put 2 little messages in the chat for you.
Scorekeeper,
you do.
Sound effects from Almighty.
We might need to get together.
Well, that's what happens if you don't give us a like. You get phasers and photon torpedoes.
Wow.
Cool.
Big Dog, I'm sorry.
No, I was saying we might need to get together and get Anime Girl some help because for whatever reason she wants to expose her work friends to us.
Oh, do we need an intervention? Is that what you're telling me, Big Dog? That is funny. That is so cool. But all kidding aside, Adam, if you're still here with us, please let us know who you are. Well, duh. Sorry. Let us know where in the United Kingdom you are. It'd be kind of cool. And everyone else in the chat room, let us know where the misery is happening right now.
I made the mistake. I made the mistake of saying that I was on this sort of podcast, and he caught 15 minutes of it about a week ago, and now he's.
You just got on Scorekeeper's bad side. He hates the fact that you call this a podcast.
Well, yeah.
Folks.
He's like, well, isn't that what we are?
Everyone else does a podcast. We don't do podcasts. The program is available after the fact as a podcast. This is live internet. We've been doing it for 15 years. We're going to continue to make your life miserable. And by the fact of the audience growing, shit, a lot of people like punishment, but hey, whatever. I'm not one to judge.
Anime Girl, he said that.
And the bribes are happening.
That's the only reason he's here. That you promised him coffee.
Well, I'm not at work next week, so you've lost on that one.
Oh, yes. Misery is right. Coffee says the snow was just about melted around here, and then we got 5 inches last night. That kind of does suck, folks, when you think that you're going to get out of it, and Mother Nature says, not yet.
That's what she said.
Ooh. Wow.
Yes, Jay, we are live.
Yes, indeed, we are, ladies and gentlemen.
You don't get a train wreck like this on that repeat, that's for sure.
That's right. I love it. I refer to it as the internet's ongoing traffic wreck. So train wreck, it is good stuff. Folks, that's Almighty. Oh, sorry. That's Almighty over there. That's Hey, I lost the angle. That's Speedy. That's the big dog, Anime Girl. Everyone in the chat room, thanks for joining us. It is 6:51 a.m. Today is April 1st. Hope you guys liked the tiny April Fool's joke that I did. It's the first time I've ever done an April Fool's joke on
What'd you do?
April Fool's. Well, I pretended to start as another program. We have intro music for our other program and a brand new Starfield, and we went with Trekking Across the Universe. And I played it for a few minutes that we were doing Trekking Across the Universe.
Oh.
And Jay got it right away, so that was cool. And I'm sure
Almighty.
It went flat.
Yes.
Ooh,
Are you wearing,
guys are all in
an
trouble.
Astros jersey?
No.
Are you wearing it? Oh, okay.
No, thank God. It's
It's a hockey jersey.
Yes.
Okay.
Astro jersey. What the
Yeah, I was
fuck?
about to cuss you out.
I deserve it too. Motherfucker. Yeah. What
Hey,
the hell?
Tanya.
Tanya's
Oh,
here.
it's just
Well,
a
no,
hockey
she's
jersey.
been here.
It's nothing to do with the asshole Astros. So I would not wear
Well,
that jersey.
I saw
mean,
the colors on top, and it
Those
kind
are
of
Yeah, he's
similar
like-
colors.
it. I mean, I do have that jersey link that you sent me. I do have it targeted.
Yeah,
So,
it's a
I
pretty cool link.
Trigger here pretty soon, so I may be wearing it on a future show.
I think I might have sent you another one, or if I didn't, I'll find it and I'll send it to you if you want.
I think
It's the same
I
thing
like.
with the Indians, but they're like Hawaiian style shirts.
Oh, so then
And-
I could be what's his name? What the fuck?
Fluffy.
No,
You can.
Fluffy wears the Hawaiian
the
shirt.
guy who did the Hawaiian show? I can't remember his name.
Magnum PI.
Yeah, fuck.
Yeah.
I kept thinking about MacGyver. No, not MacGyver. Who's the other guy?
They were on about the same time.
Yeah,
Yeah.
but MacGyver didn't wear a Hawaiian shirt. So
Yeah, so they're Cleveland Indians. They're the same thing with the Wahoo, with the mascot and the whole thing, except they're like Hawaiian style.
yeah. Well, I would need to get a Lamborghini then. So that's something to think
Come on,
about.
we know you got a couple in the garage down underneath.
Yeah.
in that
Yeah,
underground
sure.
garage. area.
Yeah, we'll go with that.
Folks, I do want to get to already. Anime Girl did feed us 2 stories this morning, as she was talking about one of them. This is.
Gone
There
again,
goes your mic
Roger.
again, Raj.
You guys all just fuck off.
Yeah, I can't barely
No,
hear you,
we-
man.
No, we don't want to fuck off. You're the one that's doing it wrong.
Well, apparently you can still hear me.
There you
so
go.
Oh, there you
I
go.
don't know what
There
I'm
you
bitching
go.
about.
Back.
But we can
Right.
barely hear you, and I'm sure that
God bless America.
our fellow listeners would like to listen. Well, maybe not, but you
He
know.
said it, not me. It was all Almighty.
See,
Speedy,
your
get
mic
it in
goes-
while you can. Get
How
it in
about
while you can.
now?
low.
Yes, Tom Selleck.
Yeah, you're
there
fine.
we go. But I don't have the
See,
mustache for it. I'd have to grow the mustache.
Scorekeeper, your mic goes low, but we can still hear you. Just like when you think you have those silent ones that we can hear them. Trust me.
Yeah, I don't know what you're
Silent
talking
one.
about, but
The
whatever.
one that you
Of
can still
course
smell.
not.
Yeah, whatever. Anyway, ladies and gentlemen, provided to us by Anime Girl. She was talking about the individual earlier. Football World reacts to the death of former Ohio State star. The links, folks, are in the chat room right now, as well as in the private chat for the co-hosts. The football world is mourning the death of former Ohio State Buckeye star who passed away on Saturday morning. The former All-State All-American John Brockton died on Friday. Sorry, it was reported on Saturday. He passed away on Friday at the age of 74. John Brockington, an All-American fullback who helped Ohio State win 2 national championships and set 2 school rushing records during his senior year, died Friday at 74 years old. And there is an image of him. He was number 42. Brockington went on to star in the National Football League, where he played for the Green Bay Packers. And comments are already coming in. Bless you, John Brockington. Your spirit will always be in the shoe. Certainly remember him. R.I.P. and R.I.P. Buckeye legend. These were comments by fans, the last 3. And John Brockington has passed away. The bruising runner was one of the brightest spots for the Green Bay Packers in the 1970s. He was the first back in NFL history to run for 1,000 yards in each of his first 3 seasons. We send our
Wow.
thoughts to his friends and family, another fan wrote. And the Green Bay Packers did have a statement on his passing from the Packers president CEO. So you guys can check it out. We do, as a wonderful individual, sports individual that did quite a bit. Obviously, we here on Sports Talk with the Guys mourn the passing of Mr. Brockington, mourn with the family, and yet another phenomenal athlete has left us. So I thank you for that, Anime Girl. And I'm going to get to the baseball story, Anime Girl, in a moment, because there were actually 2 incredibly bad calls already within the last week. One of them had to do with a strike zone call, which is absolutely ridiculous. And the other one is the mind-boggling call, which I'm going to get to that one a little bit. So
Were either one called by Angel Hernandez?
shockingly, no.
No.
Wow. Okay.
And then, of course, down there by you, what happened at Dodger Stadium? Why couldn't this guy propose somewhere else?
Oh, that was funny. Well, he wanted to be put on TV. He wanted to show his love, and it make national news. And boy, did it, because he got the shit tackled out of him.
But it's funny. You're right. It is funny, but it's also stupid because, as we've all known, the last 3 years or so, the world has become soft because you're behind a computer on the internet. So everybody on these Facebook forums, oh, but have compassion on him. He did nothing wrong. And then people are like me, well, for one, he shouldn't be on the field. That's illegal. You have no business on there. You're not a player. But be nice to him. He didn't do anything. Well, yeah, he did do something.
Those are idiots that don't understand that there's rules and you can't break them just because you want to.
Well,
I
he
don't know
actually
if,
on the field to play, Big Dog.
You
Yes,
have a
what happened
video of
was
that,
is
Roger?
Of which one? I'm sorry. I was
What
watching.
we're talking about now with the guy proposing on.
No, I did not. I was checking the story that Anime Girl provided me on the bad call on the base runner, taking a bit too long to return. I'm sorry.
All right, I thought you might have had that one loaded up, but
I actually didn't know about it. So please continue, and I guess I'll look for it. Do you know the game that it took place at?
It was at Dodger Stadium.
You did say that.
yes. But
you're not listening to us. So what happened is the guy jumped the rail and ran to, I believe it was like center field, mid center field, and he dropped down to one leg, proposed, blew out the ring, and I guess his girlfriend was in the outfield stands, so he's proposing to her. He got to show her the ring, and I guess he's yelling, "Will you marry me?" And at that point, one of the security guards came from his left side and just tackled the crap out of him. He was already down on one knee, and the guy, anybody watches wrestling, he kind of speared him.
Yeah.
and then the rest of the security
I may have it.
him up and
Just like Big Dog just stated, here it is, folks.
there we go.
yeah, okay.
Oh, come on.
Oh, your computer wants to do the buffing. The spinning wheel of death.
How 80s?
I don't know what the issue is. This was working just fine a moment ago. So I am
Refresh
sorry.
it.
I'm going to.
Sometimes
refresh.
that
What?
happens. Just refresh it.
Well, then I have to go off the screen again. So I'll be right back. I'm going to
Okay.
refresh it. Thank you.
No, not
just
you.
takes a moment.
Just that particular page.
Yes, but it's from another page. That's why I had to go back to refresh it. It just takes a moment to do so.
Gotcha.
Unfortunately. Oh, it's the Orange County Register. They have some security blocks. Let me do it again.
Oh.
Well, that's a sad story.
Well, they want to get paid for their stories.
No.
So
Advertising should be banned. It bugs me to death.
Yep.
Okay, I believe I have it ready to go on this one.
Here,
So
wait,
sorry
and
about that, folks.
I'll comment on that
Here we
comment.
go.
Where the fuck did he go? Yeah,
Bam.
there we go.
Way to go, security.
I hope he didn't lose the ring. I hope he didn't lose the ring, though. That's the only thing I hope.
Okay,
Fumbled, huh?
as amusing as that is, that man just won a multi-million-dollar settlement. That's completely uncalled for. He was on his knee, and the guy hit him deliberately because he was caught up in the moment. That is one of the easiest ones. He's going to be nailed for trespassing, but he was down on one knee. And the guy tackled him, hit him on the head. Excuse me?
He didn't know what was in the guy's hand.
Dude.
Could have been something else.
It doesn't.
Could have been something else.
Again, this is going to be one of the easiest payouts ever on something like this.
All you have to do is read the back of your ticket,
completely.
and you know that's not going to happen.
I'm sorry?
I
Just
disagree
read the back of the
completely, but
ticket.
That's fine.
Well, what do you mean in the back of the ticket?
That tells you that they're not responsible for you being a dickhead.
Okay, yeah, you're right on that language. But folks, like I said, he's going to be nailed for trespassing. He's probably going to be kicked out of the game. But the funny thing is that in today's era, I mean, look, it's quite obvious, but I'm glad we all have an opinion on that. This unfortunately is going to be one of the biggest payouts. The guy was on his knee.
I don't know about that. I think this is going to be settled out of court because of how it's. You can see it on. They have video proof, so
Yeah,
I think the Dodgers are going to offer him a free hot dogs for a year.
Oh my God! And that really is a punishment because the Dodger dog is gone. Oh my God! So
there you go, baby.
But Big Dog described it very well prior to the video, right? What did you say, Big Dog? It was a what type of hit early on?
He speared the shit out of him.
Yeah,
It was a spear.
Yeah, he did.
I mean,
But
wow.
that was a legal football tackle.
Oh,
Yep.
That's right.
And I like what Tanya said in the chat room earlier. She said anybody that proposes at a baseball game like that deserves to be tackled like that.
You know, folks, the thing is that you can actually contact the Dodgers, and they'll let you do it if you contact them in advance. They have several ways of doing it. You have to pay extra money to do it on the field. He just didn't want to pay the money. So most of the time,
I don't think they'll let you do it in the middle of a game either.
No. But they will let you do a lot of stuff. You just got to go ahead and just inform them, and the team will play along. I know the Angels will as well, but it's, hey, it is what it is. You interrupted the game, and wow. So Jay says that he was surprised that the security guard didn't start dancing.
Now, if he did start dancing, then I would totally agree with you about the huge settlement.
Yeah, the lawsuit. Yeah. But I didn't know he went so deep into the field, though. I mean, he didn't just stop at the warning track. He's
on the outfield.
He almost made his way to the infield.
Well, that was the thing, because he had the outfield seat, so he jumped from the outfield, and I guess wanted to, I don't know. Like I said, he just wanted to be famous, and he accomplished that.
Well, he went too far out into the field, though. He could have he didn't have to, I mean, I don't know. I thought he just stood at the, near the warning track instead of, trying to make his way to home plate. But
that's true.
Tanya says, I had a guy that wanted to propose to me at a ball game, and I told him goodbye. So, Tanya, saying that you're saying have a great
now we
day.
know what not to do when it comes to Tanya.
Bye, Tanya. Thank you for stopping by.
Did we do something too? Because now she says have a great day. She said goodbye to that guy. It's are we? I don't know. So
probably just
Jay
busy.
says, have a great day. So
And
She's
I
busy.
did want to comment on something over here. And that was this one. Okay, where is it at? I don't know why it's taking a while.
Oh my God. Anyway,
That one. That just to clarify, that comes from a usually very bitter people for whatever reason can't. So take that comment with a grain of salt, people.
Well, she
Because even
might
though my
comment.
marriage didn't work out, even though mine didn't work out, I wouldn't change anything because I have 4 beautiful daughters, and I did have some good years.
My comment on marriage is I'll try anything once, nice things twice, but I've only ever been married once. So what does that say?
folks, good morning. It is Sports Talk with the Guys, home of the Monday Morning Quarterbacks on Saturday. It is April 1st, Saturday. I should have said Saturday 1st, then April 1st. And we are now in our second hour here on Sports Talk with the Guys. Thank you, everyone, for joining us. And we're going to get to some of the other stories real quick. Of course, we have Big Dawg, we have Speedy, we have Almighty, Anime Girl, and unfortunately, I am the scorekeeper. So, hey, we'll go ahead and continue. Big Dawg, do you have any stories you want to get to right now?
There's a couple. One of them I thought was very amusing, and I'd like to get your comments from everyone about this. It was so there is a power lift. I'm not sure if it's just in Canada. I think it's just in Canada. So there's a Canadian weightlifter that's transgender and has broken all kinds of women's powerlifting records. So the record is held. It used to be held by Ann Andrus, which is a transgender athlete. So a powerlifting coach by the name of Avi Silverberg has had enough of the transgender men going into women's sports and breaking all these records. So this guy is a massive power lifter, and he says that he identifies as a woman now. So he went to show how idiotic giving those records to transgender athletes. He went and he broke that record. He shattered the record, and the whole time, I guess, Andres was sitting there, and he stared her in the eye the whole time he was breaking the record. And this guy's he any powerlifter you see, in the gym or in competitions, he looks exactly like that. But he said, "Oh well, I identify as a woman, so I want to break the record to show how idiotic it is, and you can tell that this just isn't right." So I just want to get your guys' thoughts on that.
And I completely agree.
So
100% agree. Transgenders should not compete alongside naturally born women. It's unfair, and it's just not sportsmanlike. If you're going to compete against your own kind. That's the only way you can do it.
I agree.
Maybe I'm wrong, but that's how I see it. Anyone else?
well, I did read that story. And
Yeah,
in
you're
Canada,
the one who
all you
posted
got to
it.
do is say you identify. You don't have to do anything else. All you got to do is say, I identify as a woman or a man, and that's it. There is no test to take. There is no testosterone thing you got to do. All you got to do is say, hey, I'm a woman, or I identify as a woman, and you're in like Flynn. And that's what this weightlifter did because, he wanted to break the record of this other transgender person, which will probably never break that record he did because he was a big bulky guy. And he just, like you said, Big Dawg, he gave that transgender the stink eye the whole time he was doing that. But he wanted to prove how ridiculous, like you said, he wanted to prove all you gotta do is say I'm identify as a woman and you get to compete in the sport. So, and I don't know, that's just Canada. I mean, it's almost the same way in the United States, just about. But they are trying to. I don't know. It's anyway. Women's sports is going to get ruined, and we all know that unless something is done, and it's unfortunate.
Well, hasn't the international sports people just said that transgenders can't compete in women's competition or something? I believe
Well,
I
that
read
was
that somewhere.
that was a different organization, Anime Girl. That was the World. I can't remember, but I know what you're talking about. They said transgender has to be transgender, and I forget. It's some kind of world something athletics, maybe. But
Something
they
like
drew the
that.
line. You're right about the Anime Girl. You're right.
Scorekeeper?
But yeah, it's wrong. It's completely wrong. You can't
I
do
think
it.
I don't know if I don't know. I don't even know if I put it in my thingy, Bob.
I wonder
What is-
who is going to be the first football player or baseball player, because we already know there are several basketball players, but I can't wait when there's a first baseball player to say that they identify as female so they can break the barrier. And same thing with football. So I think you're.
I don't. Yeah, I don't think that's.
How are you going to do that? When someone made a comment earlier about there's no testing, it dawned on me playing baseball. How did I play? How did I join the team? It was assumed that I was male, and I ended up playing. So I had to give that some thought. But as far as transgender, I don't want to make it any more than what it is. I believe there should be a transgender league. I've said this before. There should be a third league now.
Yeah.
That's it. It's just real simple.
Yeah.
Coffee. I don't really know. I don't know where you get this from, but I know you don't just make things up. So when you say science, that's not what I've read in the general consensus of the science community. When you take hormones, you alter who and what you are. So that's fair, Coffee. I'm being argumentative insofar as where did you get that one from? So, folks, we do respect your right to have an opinion here on Sports Talk with the Guys. Whether we agree with the opinion or not, it's a different matter.
What does he mean by that, Roger?
That's why I asked for clarity right now, because in the community that I understand, that is not the case.
Oh, I think that rule Anime Girl was you can't come in if you went through puberty already because you'd still carry too much male stuff with you. I think that was the ruling, right, Anime Girl?
That's correct. That is
Right,
100% correct.
Yeah, I'm sorry I missed that. Or anyway, that was the thing. You can't go through puberty and then come in and say I'm transgender and do a female thing. You have to do it before then.
And of course, before then, it's illegal.
Yeah,
because you've got to be over 18.
But I can't. I wish I could remember what the hell that the world something, right? Anime Girl.
It is. I thought it was the World Athletics Association or something, wasn't it?
I believe it was. We did talk about something about that within the last year. So,
but I'm just saying it's just recent that they did this, Raj.
But that thing about the hormones
within the last year. That's all I said.
Being on hormones, yes, I suppose after a while you will lose some of the male strength, but you don't lose it all.
We haven't seen that work yet, though, Anime Girl, because female or transgender men are still way ahead. I mean, you haven't seen it work yet.
The swimmer in the last few
exactly.
years.
That's the best example right now.
Broke all the records as well. We've talked about that over the last few years. I believe that's been within the last 2 years.
Yep.
But I don't want to belabor my commentary. Big Dog, I'm going to jump over you and go to Speedy. Speedy, your opinion on that?
I don't have an opinion on that.
Okay. All right. Fair enough. Thank you, Speedy. Big Dog?
Oh, I stated it from the beginning. I totally agree with Anime Girl. Should be, and yourself, should be a separate league. There's, for me, hats off to that guy to just prove how idiotic, the thing is. And how it oh shoot, I can't find the words. How it disparages the actual females that are working their asses off for years to compete at a high level, and just for some person to come in and say, "Hey, I identify as a woman," and then they come in and just shatter the records. Because I mean, you look at a female bodybuilder and you look at a male bodybuilder, and there is no way you're going to say, "Oh yeah, the woman can compete with and do exactly what he's doing." No, no, it's not. So I tip my hat to the gentleman who did this to show how ridiculous this whole thing is.
Well, yeah. I mean, just because you say you're changing or you identify as a different gender, right? That doesn't
Yeah.
mean you've changed your sex. I mean, even when you have gender reassignment surgery, it's in the title, gender. It's not your sex. There are only two sexes
Yeah.
in the world, male, female. If you're born male, you'll always will be male. Even if you have gender reassignment surgery, genetically, you are still male. So therefore, genetically, you have that advantage over a naturally born female. And
Yep.
it's unfair. It should not be allowed. Transgender should go against another transgender. I mean, any one of us could sit here and say, I identify as a pea green penguin with purple feet. Doesn't make us one, does it?
Hey, now don't take my specialty.
I don't.
Anime Girl, you may have crossed the line with that last comment. We have to be respectful to the big dog's feelings.
Big dog, like, you hurt my feelings.
I may ask for a. I don't know. Who gives a rat's ass?
Well,
I'm not
okay.
going to ask for anything.
Okay. I shall
But
now. I'll sit in the corner here and keep quiet. Okay.
No, you're done. That's it. Timeout over. Over. Timeout over.
Too late. I'm gone. Bye.
That was good. I like it. So she sat in the corner for a little bit. Even Jay found that one funny. So good stuff. I was trying to say, she has to apologize on air because she called the big dog what she did. So no, it's done.
You're still a pea green penguin with purple feet.
He's like, okay,
Right.
okay.
Good stuff. Anyone else want to go to another story? Because Anime did provide us the story about, about the bad call, which I did see. And folks, it had to do in Major League Baseball where, as you know, it's the talk of the baseball world, the speed of the games. And the pitch clock is controlling absolutely every aspect of the game. And right now there was a bad call. A batter was up where it was an Speedy. Yes, go ahead.
Yes, I'll take over from here because Major League Baseball, as we all know, we're proud that baseball is back and the new rule games are moving along at Scorekeeper said at rapid speed, which is great for fans. But you know what's not great for fans? Bad umpires, and there's still some of them around. But the ones that Big Dog mentioned earlier, surprisingly, it wasn't Angel Hernandez. The umps in Thursday's Mets-Marlins game made a very questionable pitch clock violation, which had fans rightfully irate. And then there was this call strike by the Blue Jays and Cardinals game that had everyone wondering how in the world Dan Eisler could think the pitch was inside the zone. And, of course, the coach and the umpire had words.
Is there video or something, or
No, I every site I went to said there was video, but I can't seem to find it unless it's on YouTube.
Folks, it was 6 to 12 inches off the plate. Wasn't even close. It was a full stride, and it was just a bad call. So, and
What teams were playing, Raj?
I don't know. Speedy had that story as to who was playing.
You said the Blue Jays and somebody else, didn't you, Speedy?
Well, it was the Mets and Marlins game first on Thursday, and then also on Thursday, the Blue Jays and Cardinals game.
That's the one.
Yeah.
I mean, that one I put in the chat room, that had I'm sure that had video in there, but I
It did. That's the
I-
one that
I-
I was talking about.
yeah,
So,
I don't know how to pull that out because
I'm going to
So-
go
so-
ahead and have it right
So
now. Go ahead, Nick Dawg.
you said it was off. You said it was off 6 to 12 inches.
It was, dude.
If the girl was measuring, it was 6 inches, but if the guy was measuring, it was 12. Okay, I get it.
Oh, okay. That's beyond fair.
So I love the last anime girl got that one.
Whoa.
that's why men think women are bad drivers. You know, they seem to think that that's only 6 inches, but hey, what do I know?
Okay, and play the video. There's not going to be sound of this one, but check it out. Here's what's going to happen. Let me show it. This is the Mets versus the Miami Marlins. The Mets are winning 2-0. The Mets are up, and there's runners on first and third, and it's a 0-1 count. Here we go. Oh, the umpire's signaling violation. They're going to reset the pitch clock. Apparently, Alonso took too long to get back to first base. And because of this, a strike was called against the batter.
Yeah.
And here comes Showalter. It's like he needs to explain the rules to him. He's like, to get back? The announcers are saying that is a mistake.
Actually, they're making dinner plans.
The batter, the pitcher, no one was in position, allegedly. And now there it is. They've adjusted the count 0-2.
Yeah, I see that.
So baseball is, this one took everyone by surprise that the base runner apparently took too long to get back, and the strike was against the batter. So it went from 0-1 to 0-2.
Scorekeeper. So the batter has 8 seconds to get back in, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so does the pitcher have to be ready to pitch, or that doesn't matter? Because that seems to be the contention when you were just saying that the pitcher and the batter weren't ready. But does the pitcher have to be on the mound ready to pitch for the 8 seconds to count, or is it just 8 seconds period? Once he steps out, he's got 8 seconds to get back in, no matter what.
It's based on the pitcher. Baseball has always been pitch. Everything is based on the pitch. So once the pitcher toes a rubber, batter has 8 seconds. When he's looking down, doing whatever, he has 8 seconds to be ready. So apparently, based on the audio, the commentators had said no one was in position. And no one was in position being pitcher and catcher, allegedly. Unfortunately, we don't have that in the video.
Do they mean he didn't get back in time to tag, or just to get back to base? I'm trying to figure out what they were talking about. He didn't get back to base in time. I mean, to tag up? What if he wanted to steal? I don't understand what was going on there, Raj.
Based on what happened, it was, as I mentioned, the umpire called a time clock violation against the runner because he was taking too long to get back. So
to get back to do what? To tag up or what? I'm trying to figure out what he was supposed to do.
He was taking too long to get back to first base.
I don't know. To tag up or what, Roger? Is he tagging up?
It was in between pitches.
What if he wants to steal? I don't understand. I'm trying to figure out. He had to get back to tag up again, or
you have
off base. That's what I want to know. Is he off base
between pitches? Every single time the pitcher's getting ready to go on the mound.
I'm just trying to figure out. Are you saying he didn't get back in time to tag up, or he just didn't get back in time to do anything? Because what if he wants to steal?
Apparently, there was a foul ball. Or no, hold on.
Okay, well, that makes a difference. I didn't know there was a foul ball.
No. I believe the umpire was saying that he was taking too long to get back on the prior pitch, was foul ball. So which that was the pitch. The first pitch was a foul ball. So they're saying he took too long to get back, and the runner was the actual delay. It wasn't the
So
pitcher.
what you're
it wasn't
saying
the
is
batter.
that he took off toward second base when the foul ball happened, and he took too long to get back to the first base after taking off. Is that what you're trying to tell me, Raj?
You're inferring that. I didn't say that. The article does not make that clear.
Well, I'm just saying that. I'm just saying a runner takes off a little bit when the ball is hit. Then once it goes foul, they jog back to first base. So he took too long jacking off. He took too long jogging back to base. Is that the call?
More than likely. I don't get that
I'm
part.
just trying to clarify it, Roger.
And Almighty, I don't have that information. That's what I'm telling you. All I know is that the umpire said he was taking too long to get back to the base.
Okay. Oh,
That it was the violation.
But when you say foul ball, that just automatically assumes that the runner took off and then saw the ball went back, so he went back to first, and maybe he was and the umpire thought he was dragging his ass too much to get back to the base. That makes perfect sense, because otherwise they don't know if this guy's leading off base to steal. So I don't understand. So that makes more sense, Raj. I just didn't know.
I'm not sure if people know this, but whenever there's a foul ball, everyone has to return to their starting position. So the runners have to go back to the base.
That's what I'm saying. He's jogging back to first base.
Well, I'm glad that that's what you're saying, Almighty. I just made that clear to everyone else in the audience. And whenever there's a ball, they have to run back. Almighty?
Okay, foul ball.
We got
the guy has to go back. He head towards second. The foul ball. Okay, now he has to go back to first to tag up again. But so what I'm thinking is that he took too long to get back to first base, and that's why he got penalized. That's my assumption, because the foul ball, that makes more sense because then you're assuming that's why I asked if he was tagging up, because he took too long. What if he's going to steal? He doesn't have to get back to base because he's going to steal at the next pitch, maybe. But because they're still allowed to lean off, right, Raj?
Yes, of course. Now,
okay.
I don't have that information because the article is not.
Anyway, I am going to say that my story is true.
That's good, Almighty, and I'm glad you took that
I'm just
stance.
trying to look at this at a logical way, like at baseball, is why he would be penalized for getting back too late. I'm just thinking he dragged his ass getting back to first base after the foul ball, and he got called on it.
Now, there were several fans that commented saying that how long did it take the umpires to meet with the teams to explain the rules violation? You're trying to keep the game going, and it took much longer, the violation itself, and getting everyone on the same page. So it looks like genuinely it was a bad call. It was genuinely a bad call because, again, it's based on the pitcher. If the pitcher toes the rubber and the runner has not gotten back or returned, returned to first base, I would take that as a rules violation because the runner does have to be back in position. So if that's what the umpire did call, as much as people dislike it, under the new rules, that would be a rules violation, and it looks to be. But I don't have. But
why couldn't he lean off the base?
Because when there's a foul ball, the runners have to return to the base.
Okay, we're still talking about the foul ball thing. But after a foul ball, when does the 8-second clock start?
When the pitcher toes the rubber. The moment he is set.
And it seems to be that everyone is saying it's a bad call because the pitcher was not on the rubber.
Okay,
yeah.
So
not the fact that he didn't tag up in time or whatever. It's just the fact that the umpire was saying the pitcher was on the rubber, and everyone in the world seems to be saying no, he wasn't. The pitcher and the catcher weren't even ready. So that's why they're saying it's a bad call.
That's where the bad call comes in, because nobody was ready to go.
Yes, that's right, Big Dog, because unfortunately you weren't able to hear it, but as I said, on the audio replay, the announcer was saying, wait a minute, no one was set. The pitcher was not set. The batter wasn't even in the... So that's the thing, and that's what baseball is arguing, while the fans are saying this was a major rules violation.
So did the first base umpire make that call?
No, it was the
It
home plate
did
umpire.
no. It was the home plate umpire. I don't believe that would be under the purview of the first base umpire. It was.
But
the
he's
home plate
right
umpire.
there.
The umpire's watching the pitcher, and that would be for the home plate umpire to make
But
that
then
call.
that's all, so what you're saying is the home plate umpire missed that nobody was ready.
It looks to be that way.
Oh my gosh. Is he one of
And
your
then-
favorite umpires?
No.
So this is
And then
going to
we
be
got-
the.
Hold
this
on,
is gonna
Almighty.
be the
Hold on,
baseball
Almighty.
version.
Hold on. And then what got me in, why would the umpire start jaw jacking and pointing at the batter? The batter's like, what did I do? Well, you're at fault. And he goes, how am I at fault? I'm the batter.
Oh well, he told the batter the strike is against you, so you now have 2 strikes. That's when they were jaw jacking. Big Dog,
Oh my
you wanted
gosh.
to say something.
I was going to say, is this going to be the baseball version of football's What's a Catch?
Oh, God.
3,
That's
4
like
years,
Jake
and
said
we still
earlier,
don't know what a
it's
goddamn
stupid.
catch is. Baseball,
We
you
don't.
know, I'm hoping this doesn't work that way.
Me too. Yeah.
Well, hopefully they caught enough heat to correct this.
I doubt it.
Do you have
That's a
video
good
of
one.
that
That's-
pitch, Roger?
That's a good one, Coffee.
Hold on,
Coffee
no wait,
said-
hold on. All of you are talking. What, Almighty?
I was going to ask you if you had video of the pitch that was way off the plate that was called a strike.
That's just what I asked also.
I was not looking for that one, so I'm gonna see if I can find that one.
What
It
what
should
two
be
teams-
easy. Bad strike calls 2023.
Well, that's gonna be a highlight every week.
Oh look, calls in 2022. That's funny. That's a huge search one. 1 day ago, I may have video on it already. Yeah, I should have it in a moment or so. So give me a moment. A little more than a moment. Sorry.
So just real quick, is everybody ready for WrestleMania tonight?
Oh, yeah.
Okay. I do have the video. Forgive me.
Okay.
Here we go. So we can get out of this. Check it out, folks. Remember, that box is the artificial electronic thing that we have.
Well, it's
and
just
here
a
we go.
place. It's a placer.
Look at it. That's
What
more
the?
than 6 inches.
That was called a strike?
Yes. Here we go. One more time, folks.
Damn.
Let me see that. That is retarded. Did that catch the outside corner?
No, not even close.
No.
Oh yeah, that thing was. Yeah, that was nowhere near.
And look at the plate itself, folks. It is just ridiculous. Wow. Anyway, so that was the. This
So
is
that was
already
the other
leading
one there, Raj?
contender. I'm sorry.
Never mind.
Coffee?
Go ahead.
I'm
I'm sorry.
almighty. Damn it. What?
Go ahead.
No, I called you coffee. It was my fault.
Oh, I'm just saying. Go ahead. I didn't mean to interrupt you.
That was the leading one right now. I was trying to answer you, but I called you someone else. Sorry.
You always do.
You always do.
Don't take it personally.
That's why we get on with you so well, Roger, because you call everybody by everybody else's name.
You caught that.
Oh, yeah.
I called our guest by their character's name. That was embarrassing.
Yeah, they're
Yeah.
probably used to it, Raj.
Yeah. Ladies and gentlemen, we have the return of the big dog. There's the big dog.
There he is.
So, all right, very good. Excellent. We went to Big Dog for a story. Anime Girl, you gave us 2. Thank you very much. Almighty, do you have a story that you want to get to this morning? And then we'll go over to Speedy for 1.
Just real quick. This is a quick one for now. The NFL has approved that players can wear the number 0 starting this season.
No!
So there you go, Raj. You can have your favorite number. Put on your next.
Can they
jersey.
wear 00?
I don't know. I just saw it was a single 0. I mean, double 0 would be nice, but as far as what I can see from the graphic, it was just 10. I mean, 00 would be nice. Maybe it will come into play, but I don't know. All I know is they added the number 0 starting this season. So, because I guess they're running out of numbers too. So,
I wonder what
And,
our
and
resident
what would be the
intro-
reason? Well, what was the reason why you weren't allowed? I mean, the number.
I can't remember because I think when after Casper or Renfro, it was no longer allowed. Right?
I think so. Yeah. I don't remember why they banned the number though.
I don't remember either. Maybe they thought it gave the player a bad image. I don't know. It's the NFL, and it was decades ago too. I mean, it wasn't like it was in this century, but I
Yeah,
think it happened.
That's true.
What, in the 80s? As soon as Renfro or
Yeah, I think
Casper
so.
retired, that was it, right?
Mm-hmm.
Folks, I wonder if our resident engineer has a comment on this, because and this is going to be way out there for those of you who remember in math, it was a shock to us when we referred to the number 0 as a number. So I actually stuttered when I said that right now. As you know, many math teachers that teach algebra, trig, and all this stuff refer to 0 as a place saver. It is not a number. So if you infer that in the world where people actually knew what a number was and wasn't, 0 was not a number, so they didn't use it. So I wonder what our resident engineer has to say about the number 0. I've learned that it is not a number. It's a place saver. And the funny thing is, everyone's okay, all right, 0 is a place saver, but what about 10? And I remember our math teacher said, you're still not talking about 0. You're talking about 10. So I wonder what Jay would have to say about that, about NFL players being able to use the number 0. So we'll see if there's a comment in there.
Okay, Sheldon.
Oh, no, not at all. I wonder what Jay's going to say to that, being that he is an educated man. So
Yeah,
Like I
that
said,
kind of like a Sheldon remark. Big
we
Bang Theory.
all call 0 a number because we don't know any better. So
Oh, it was Jim Otto and wide receiver Kim Burrow that wrote the double that had the 00.
Oh,
Yeah,
how was
that's right.
Oh, way
Yeah.
to go, Almighty.
But I can't find when it was banned. They keep talking.
I've just looked it up on Wikipedia. They reckon 0 and 00 are not recognized as numbers by the NFL.
Well, number
Correct.
0 is now allowed.
Yeah, you are so right, Anime Girl, but that's what Almighty is telling us, that this last week it was announced that they're going to be able to use that number or that
But it
designation
didn't say why.
That
it wasn't
placeholder?
banned.
placeholder. I'm sorry, Anime Girl, we were speaking over you.
No, I'm used to it by now. I'm just
Well, I was trying to find out when the NFL first banned it, and I can't find
What?
it.
Anybody want to talk about DeAndre Hopkins?
Sure.
I mean,
Take the lead on that one, Anime Girl. You brought it up. That's the way it works here. You bring it up.
Well, Almighty's digging around looking. I mean, I've got here DeAndre Hopkins. The Ravens are going
Digging
after him.
around looking.
Apparently, the Ravens are after DeAndre Hopkins, along with Cortland Sutton, and they're even looking at Odell Beckham.
No, geez.
Mhm.
Yeah, so they've got 2 wide receivers there, and all wide receiver. Got it off of Grove Bible.
Who's going to be throwing? Who's going to be throwing to him since what's his face asked for a trade?
No idea. All I got was the, they're looking at going after these 3 guys.
Guys, I missed. Wasn't DeAndre Hopkins suspended for something? It was some sort of violation. I think he was out for the year. Has he been reinstated then? Well, I'm assuming I guess Baltimore looking at him, I guess he was reinstated.
I would just find it, that the Ravens are after 3 wide receivers.
Well, they may have a receiving core if they do sign them all, but no one to throw them a ball, as you said, right, Big Dog?
Yep, since what's his face asked for
Okay. All right, I
trade.
got it.
What is it, Almighty?
Well, the number was not, it was discontinued in 1973, but Otto got to continue wearing the number. But after he was done, it was 00 was over. So 1973 was when they introduced the standardized numbers for the NFL, which have changed over the years. But anyway, I guess Jim Otto was the last one to wear the 00. Even though I keep thinking there was a Houston Oilers that had one too, but I guess I was wrong about that. Anyway,
there has been a few 00s, but folks, I suppose we should have seen this, the 0 and possibly 00 being used in the NFL when last year they changed what Almighty just said. There was a standardization of the NFL where receivers generally would wear this number, linemen would wear this number, running backs this. There were subtle variations depending on where they would line up, but there was a standard. And it wasn't last year or the year before that the NFL basically said you could use any number you wanted to use.
Well, that was last year because Tom Brady was complaining he couldn't tell who was who, and I kept thinking that's your problem, or just look at where they're positioned. But because they were allowed the defensive players could wear, like the linebackers could wear any number, and beforehand they only could wear certain numbers, which would tell the quarterback, okay, he's a linebacker and he's a blah blah blah. But since they got away with that, then done away with it, they can wear any number. And Tom Brady was afraid he would be too confused, which could have been the case the way he played sometimes last year.
Alrighty then.
And in answer to your question about Hopkins, scorekeeper, it was last year that he was suspended for the first 6 games for a violation of the league's performance-enhancing drug policy.
Oh, thank you, Big Dog. I thought he was done for the entire season, so I made that mistake. No. It was the first 6 games. Okay, so yeah, it was immaterial, the comment that I said then at this point. So Baltimore going after these guys, hey, it'd be nice if they do sign them, but if they don't have anyone to throw to them, what are you going to do, right?
Yeah, my happy Cruz. Sorry, carry on.
Yeah, I mean, Lamar asked for the trade. I mean, it doesn't mean he's going to be given a trade, but usually once you ask for a trade, usually you don't want a disgruntled player on your team, especially the star player.
Well, he's not going to get a trade. He's a free agent that can get offers from other teams, but Baltimore has the right to match it. So I don't think the trade is I don't know, maybe so, but I just thought I forget, what is he, like it's a type of free agent where the player can still talk to other teams, but I don't know if a trade, I just thought they gave the Ravens the right to match whatever offer he gets to keep him on the team.
So in other words, like a restricted free agent.
Something like that, but I don't think. Yeah, maybe that's what it's called. But I'm just saying, like, if the Jets can't get tired of dealing with Green Bay and Rodgers, they could say, "Well, Lamar, we're going to give you such and such amount," and the Ravens say, "Okay, we're going to match that." So he has to stay with the Ravens because it was matched. The Ravens matched the Jets' offer, so he would have to accept that offer. But that's what I know of it. But nobody is offering Lamar anything, so who knows what he's going to be doing this season.
Okay. All right. Appreciate
because
that.
Nobody wants to give him that Deshaun Watson guarantee.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Someone called it.
He wants.
I forget who called it once that deal was signed. They said, "Oh boy, this is going to be." Wasn't the entire contract guaranteed?
Yeah.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. It's done.
$240 million.
Yeah.
Guaranteed. Full.
And hey, other players are going to want that one too. Way to go. I don't know if there are any additional comments on that. If there are not, I'd like to move over to Speedy. I think Speedy may have a story that we'd like to get to, and then we're going to go over to Animate Girl. She has another one.
Yes, well, Denny Hamlin for NASCAR said that on-stage racing in NASCAR needs to stay. He said, quote, stage racing has to stay, absolutely has to. It was put in place because our TV partners didn't know when a caution was going to come so they could start airing commercials. We have to air commercials, which is why you see them trying to front load them as much as they can to give us the most green flag racing at the end of races that possible. It's an absolute must. And fans are like, well, because they're every time a caution comes out, they're like, well, now what do we do? Let's go get some food. I don't know. And there's not really a whole lot for people to do because they know from it being at the building or at the venue, I should say, that hey, they're doing a caution, which means they're going to go to commercial break and we're going to be here for 20 minutes at least. Well, they go around the track with the front security guard flashing his lights, looking like Walmart. And then once he goes away, then well, they're going to go back to racing. But in between that time, the flag guy is just holding up the yellow flag and going, yeah, we're still under caution. We're still under caution. And we're still under caution. Okay, now we can go. Let me get the green flag. Everybody start racing. So, people are like, I don't like this new format. I don't think I'm going to be a fan anymore. I'll start watching something else. And NASCAR's like, okay, well, there's always more fans that we can attract new fans.
Thank you for that, Speedy. And for those that know, for the last few years now, NASCAR instituted stages where in the race you can have 3 to 4 different stages, depending on how long the race is, where it's located, whatever. So it's interesting that we have a driver that's commenting about that. Folks, I've been to a NASCAR event. Much to my shock and sadness, I have to hand it to NASCAR fans. They know that they're going to sit there 5 to 6 hours. When I went there with that woman who is legally married to me and my 2 daughters, we were the only ones that didn't know. Everyone else around us had their bags of meals. I kid you not. We were the only ones that didn't know. The average racing fan knows that they don't want to miss the action and that they're going to be there for a long, long, long time. I saw everyone around us bringing out their bags of food, their nuts, whatever, trail mix. They would prepare their own sandwiches. They were either pre-made or they would prepare them right there. So I don't know. The comment about not knowing what to do, that's interesting because the average, based on just what I saw here in Southern California, the average NASCAR fan knows exactly what to do and how long they're going to be there. When I went to purchase food at the stand during the race, there was no line. That was strange. That was very strange. But then as I commented to the big dog, yeah, there's no line because in 2006, who the hell is going to pay $8 for a hamburger that's it's a bun and two buns and a piece of meat. That was it. That was their hamburger. That was sad. That's why people bring their own food.
Well, it's not like other sports. I mean, you guys have been with me to multiple wrestling shows, and we tell you when it's coming. All right, well, that was our last match. We're going to take a 15 intermission. We'll be back shortly, and you have your 15-minute intermission to get food or chat with friends or whatever, take pictures, which is what a lot of us do. But everywhere else, it's like, well, and baseball's like, we're going to go into the 7th inning now. But other than that, it's whatever.
I missed that, Speedy. We're going to the 7th inning now, and what? That
He's just
was
talking about
their
NASCAR
break.
doesn't have brakes and everyone else has brakes.
Well, they
Yeah.
do
Baseball,
now.
football,
They do
basketball.
now. Yeah.
Yeah, NASCAR does now. So I do believe that that's appealing to a younger demographic, that they're going to be on their phone. They're loving the interruptions. So it's just NASCAR changing to a younger audience, I would imagine. But hey, so if the driver agrees that there should be stages and stuff, I don't know. Your hardcore audience, in my humble opinion, is prepared for a 6-hour event or longer. So whether these stages or not, I don't know. It's the norm. When the sport changes, it changes. What are the fans going to do? The only option the fans have is not show up.
Well, you have qualifying, and then you have non-qualifying racers out there, and then you've got some of the racers like 3 weeks ago where one of the racers was like, "Well, I'm not racing anymore. My car just got smashed up, and I don't have my backup car today in the RV, so I'm done." So I don't know what the heck he did for the rest of that race, because he was only there for like 2 hours, and then his car got smashed.
What's that?
Almighty, we can't see what you're holding up.
What?
We can't see what you're holding up.
Yeah, I think Almighty was playing with his camera.
I was brightening my light.
Oh.
So you can see
He
my
wants the light to illuminate him.
You can see my handsome features.
You're so dark. You're so dark.
I am. I was
We
looking.
can't see you.
Never mind. I was going to say make a racist remark there, but yeah. Anyway.
No, it would have been taken as. It's not that you made it. That's just the way it would have been inferred.
Well, you know, I had to show off my whiteness.
Dude, everyone is loving you on that. Oh, my goodness. That's funny. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, we're nearing the end of the second hour here on Sports Talk with the Guys, home of the Monday Morning Quarterbacks on Saturday. Don't forget to visit us at ndbmedia.net, as well as one of our main channels, twitch.tv/ndbmedia. You can catch all of our programming on. As I did mention at the very beginning of the program, which was not an April Fool's joke, I will be covering for Dan Schlossberg this Thursday at 5 p.m. Pacific time on the Mother Channel, not the Mothership, but the Mother Channel, blogtalkradio.com/ndbmedia. I will be covering for Dan Schlossberg on Travel Edge Radio this Thursday at 5 p.m. Pacific time. So,
and just a reminder, hit that like and subscribe button, share the damn thing, and hit the bell notification. Please.
You like that bell, don't you, Speedy?
Yeah, I mean, I'm used to it because one of our local wrestlers, that's his gimmick up here. And I have to go to the next show. Well, try to. Because apparently that's going to be his retirement match for our very own Shane Cody. So, yeah, but speaking of Thursday nights, NFL owners, as we've been talking about, you know, I did that. I went, you mentioned Thursday, and I went straight to Thursday on my own note.
Yeah. That was nice. I like that segue. I love it.
Yeah, straight in there. No.
Especially on Thursday night.
Just
without being
Speedy.
rude, Speedy really takes time on his segues. There's no doubt about it. I think he's one of the better ones here on Sports Talk with the Guys. Sorry, Speedy. Go ahead.
Love it, buddy.
Yeah, NFL owners, they're trying to take a vote on switching from Thursday night games and doing away with Thursday, except one owner, and that would be the Giants owner. He's like, no. Thursday night football is better for us as a league. And all the other owners are, no, it's not. Who watches Thursday night football? In their mind, they're saying nobody, but the Giants owner is like, everybody watches us on Thursday night. Haven't you looked at the last few years? So they're going to vote on this and see what happens.
Actually, what they want to do is have games on Tuesday and Wednesday.
Yeah.
So if they do away with Thursday nights, do they give that, I don't know how many billions of dollars that Bezos paid?
Yeah, it's $1 billion contract.
They're not going to
Where
stop.
is that
If they stop
owner?
Thursday night, it'll be after the contract expires. But the thing is,
like a 12-year
The
contract?
pandemic taught the owners that these players cannot play only on 3 days rest. So there's a consensus out there that there may be games on Tuesday and Wednesday from a league that is supposed to be concerned with player safety, but hold on, they say there is no difference between a full week and 3-day rest. So they're pushing. I think what they're trying to do, I think Roger has even alluded to this earlier, sometime in the past, that they want to have these games every day of the week so people are tuned in. So that would be a heck of a scheduling conundrum. Luckily, I don't have to worry about it, but that's what they want to do. I mean, think about it. This year, they're going to have a Black Friday game where only African Americans can play in it. So, I mean, think about it. So they're going to take one Friday, and then if that passes muster, it's going to be a yearly thing, and then they're going to eventually just make, okay, we're going to have more than just one Friday game. That's my opinion.
This way, they have Sunday night games, Monday night games, and if they do approve Tuesday and Wednesday games, no more Thursday games, and just to go to Friday.
No, there'll still be a Thursday game because they're not going to give Bezos his money back. So at least Thursday will last until that contract expires, I believe.
Okay, folks, hold on a minute. Big Dog, you and I have talked about the ratings on Thursday indirectly. They're happy with the Thursday night ratings.
Yes, they are.
Folks, okay, look, I understand that everyone has an opinion, and this owner is putting that comment out there, and the owner said what they did. But the NFL offered Thursday night, and you had someone bid $1 billion on it, and then you had Yahoo also bid on another package. Look, folks, just because you have an opinion, yeah. Okay, we do know that the commissioner for years. Go ahead, Big Dog.
No, I just want to clarify. It's $1 billion a year, all the way through till 2032 is what the contract is for. So it's not $1 billion in total; it's $1 billion a year.
But they're allowing Amazon to flex the games now.
No, I understand that, but I'm just saying what the contract is worth.
So like I said to this owner, dude, someone bid $1 billion for your Thursday night game. What the hell are you telling me that people aren't watching? Someone felt there was value there, but okay, whatever. Several years ago, the commissioner of the NFL did say that the NFL was trying to be year-round, and they're almost there, if not there already. Every month, there is an NFL event, and they've been working on this forever. You know, they've been extending the season. They have events, the Combine, draft. The Combine's in March. The Super Bowl is in February. The playoffs are in January. So going back in the other direction, Combine's in March, the draft in April. I'm really not certain what is in May, but in June, camps open up. And then you have them getting ready in July, and then you have preseason in August, and you have the season. The NFL is almost a year-round product. Now, I don't recall the commissioner saying that they wanted to be on every day, but we have noticed that they've opened up other games. The NFL traditionally has never had a Tuesday game, but due to incidences that have taken place, last year, we saw a Tuesday game. Mm-hmm. That was a makeup game. Omari, what? You're shaking your head. You're muted.
What game was made up last year?
Was it not? I don't remember. I wasn't expecting that at the moment, but.
Well, I thought that was just happened during the pandemic year. I don't remember.
Oh, it may have been. So I got the year
because
wrong,
the pandemic year is what makes the NFL think that they can pull off these Tuesday and Wednesday games
that's
as well.
right. Some teams tested positive. I think they had moved it to Tuesday, but that was a one-off as of right now.
Well, but anyway, I'm just saying that's why the NFL thinks they can pull this off every week of a team playing. I don't know how serious they are, but it's out there in the ether, and and I don't think Thursday is going to go away until after the contract. And what did Speedy say? 2032, or was it Big Dawg?
Oh, Big Dawg.
2032.
Yeah, so that's how many billion? I mean, fuck, that's what, 9 more billion. Now Bezos, but anyway, like I said, Amazon is going to have those flex games, so not every Thursday they're going to suck. And I mean, I'm sure Michael's probably shit his pants last year doing these games. Like, what the fuck did I get myself into? Because they weren't all those great teams. But now that they can flex, I don't know when they can flex, maybe they'll get some decent Thursday night games that are, that are worth Al Michael's time.
Yeah, Gridiron Girl said in the chat room. She said it right there.
Yeah, thank you for that one, Gridiron Girl. I had forgotten. I didn't even remember, but there was one game on Tuesday. But again, if I'm not mistaken, that one was an aberration. So, but Almighty had a great line out there. It's out there in the ether. It's clear. So there you go. Now, Gridiron Girl says that she wants football every day. Now, the NFL did learn a lesson when they started the what is it, where they take a week off? The bye.
The bye week.
They started off with 2 bye weeks during the season, and most fans were like, no. It cut down the number of games. So they found a happy medium, which was 1 bye. I don't know what will happen if you have a game every day. It's effectively the second bye week is now back, if you think about it, because they're going to be playing. They're not going to be playing on Sunday. They'll be playing throughout the week. I don't know, folks. I really don't know. Football is an event sport. To have it every night, I don't know. I don't know what that would do.
I mean, gosh, how long would that be too much? And only people, that will, the only people that may be watching that are the people that gamble on these games.
And not only that, if you had football every single day, you'd only have 1 or 2 games per day. You're not going to have your 8 or 9 games a day like we're used to on Sunday, or 12 or 14, whatever it is. If you play every day, you're only going to get maybe 3 games tops.
And here's another question. Go ahead, Victor.
Yes, sir. No.
I was going to say also, what network is going to be showing these games? I'm sure that ABC, CBS, NBC, and Fox are not going to be wanting to show 2 or 3 days a week when they have their own lineup to take care of. So will all these games go to like ESPN or ESPN2? Or will they be? I'm just saying, I can't see these networks going, well, you know what? We're going to take care. We're not going to have these our CSI, whatever town you pick. Just pick a city, Tallahassee, and we'll show football games instead. So I don't see networks wanting to do football every night. Well, at least twice a night or once a night.
Yeah, and same thing also with the sports channels. They have contractual obligations to other sports. Baseball is still going on at the start. Is ESPN not going to show baseball and show the one football game instead? And same thing with college, with all the college sports that ESPN and FSN and all those other sports channels show. They're not going to chuck it off just for one game, on football. Yeah. The every day wouldn't work. Way too many different things that have to happen.
Folks, the NFL only plays 16 games a week when you think about it. And you already have a Monday night, which sometimes it's actually even been 2, but it's a Monday night. So you're down to 15. You have a Thursday night, you're down to 14. So does it water down the product? I don't know.
Well, it's going to be less than that when you're going through the bye weeks, though. You're not going to have 16. You're going to have less than that when you have a bye week. So you might just only have 12. And the way they have, and I don't like the way these bye weeks go so late into the season either. It was better when it was like 3 through 10. Now it goes, what, to 12?
I think it starts on week 4 or week 5.
Week 4.
But it still goes deeper than it used to, and I think that
it goes
unfair.
through to like week 14 or something like that.
Well, see, that's unfair. I mean, why should a team? Because if you're in the playoff hunt, you want to break it 14 because then you get rested up for the rest of the season. I liked it better when it was 3 through 10. That way, you had the bye weeks done. But now they spread them out where some weeks it's just 2 teams on a bye weeks. Like, no, stop this. Just the thing is they should be able to, they should try to get through these bye week as fast as they can instead of spread them out. Because week 14, gives a team a break with 3 games to go, and if they're in the playoff hunt, that's the only 2 teams that are bye and they have a playoff push, that could help them. I mean, that doesn't seem. It should just anyway. I think it's just go back to 3 to 10. I don't know what you guys think.
Before they answer that real quick, I want to go back to the comment. I need to bring Anime Girl in for this next question that I have. Jay says Sunday football is experience. Folks, I don't know any better because I grew up on the West Coast. I thought it was always so perfect that we have football starting at 10 a.m. Then you have 1, and then you have 4, and then you have the evening game on Sunday. It's an entire thing. But being on the East Coast, the games start there at 1 o'clock. So I don't know the way you look at it, but for me, as I say, Jay calls it an experience. And Almighty, for you, it starts at 1 o'clock, right?
Yeah. For us on the East Coast, it's an all-day event. I mean, from 1 o'clock until Sunday night. So we have to watch. So we have, 1 till 11 or more of football. Whereas on the West Coast, you guys are done at what time with your games?
8, 9.
Well, see, then you have a whole evening to go screw around.
I'm sorry, Big Dog. What did you say?
Well, the regular game's 5, and then you have your evening game that starts at 5:36. So it's still an all-day thing.
Mm-hmm.
Well, that's why I said.
But you still have your evening free. We don't. If we're going to watch all this football, we're going to be watching Sunday starts about 8:20. So we're still, But I mean, with you, if you get done at 8:30, well, then you have your evening free to do whatever. If you don't want to watch any more football,
it's not our fault.
I'm not saying it's your fault. I'm just saying that's a nice. I'm just saying you have the good setup.
No,
because once
true.
football's over, it's only 8:30. I guess I'll just go putter around somewhere or do a sports show after the games are done.
Oof.
But instead, we're stuck here at 8 o'clock, 8:20, watching a football game till 11. So by the time we get done, it's, unless you're a night owl, I'm just saying you guys on the West Coast have a good setup.
Does Hawaii have it best then because they start at 7 a.m.?
No, because you don't want to
Quite
get
a bit
up
of the
that
day
early.
left though. Yeah.
No, because
anyway,
because on that time you don't want to get up on a Sunday.
Anime Girl.
Normal people that work normal jobs.
Right.
Yes, Anime Girl. What time are your games over there if you're able to catch NFL?
Well, the day ones, when they play the 3, I think they normally start about 1, 2 o'clock in the afternoon.
Oh.
Really?
Yeah.
Because our earliest ones are at 10 a.m. over here. Aren't we 8 hours apart?
Yeah.
No, they don't. I mean, even their own soccer matches, they're all afternoon games. It's very unfair.
I'm sorry, Anime Girl. Yes, thank you. The regular one. But NFL games, if you're able to watch them over there.
Well,
They're evening and midnight games, right?
oh yeah, I mean, the Super Bowl to take just the one game. I mean, that normally starts at about what 11 at night and goes
Wow.
through to about 5 in the morning. So you've
No.
got to be really dedicated to sit and watch it
Uh-huh.
Wow.
Have you watched the Super Bowl at that hour?
once.
Okay.
She's like, one.
Yeah.
And you know what she says about doing something only once?
See, you are listening, Almighty. You are listening. Yeah, once.
Sometimes.
I mean,
but
it's nice to watch, but you get to a stage sort of like the halfway, and you think, really? Again?
Well, you have to also factor in that there are people that are absolutely dedicated to everything that's sports related. Like, for example, you guys saw the picture that I posted on Facebook of the Attitude Era Royal Rumble matches DVD that I posted. On the back of that DVD, it says 13 hours. between 13 and 16 approximately. So
Well,
people are like, you're going to watch the entire DVD? That might take
Yes.
you 3 days. And I'm like, I don't care. I don't work weekends.
So
to
anime
be fair,
girl,
yeah. Yes.
I guess you need like some type of Boxing Day after the Super Bowl.
That would be nice, but it ain't gonna happen. Ain't gonna happen. I mean, it's like
Well-
when I watch my motor racing, my British touring car racing.
NASCAR?
That's no British touring car. Big
Yeah,
dog.
it's touring racing.
Oh.
British touring car racing. That starts very early in the morning. The TV coverage starts at about 9:30, 10 o'clock. That will then carry on through with the appropriate ad breaks till 6, 7 o'clock at night. And I will sit and watch all of
Wow.
that. I'll sit and watch that because it's my kind of racing. But the actual event is the whole weekend. It starts on Saturday. You get it's like you get Friday. They do the
Qualifying.
practice. Yeah, they do the practice on the Friday. Then you get the Saturday. You have sort of like some main races. Touring cars will do their practice runs, and then the Sunday is like the main event. So there's people that actually go to those events. They're there for 3 or 4 days.
That's the way it is with NASCAR out here. I'm not sure how it is with Formula One. Formula One might be a Saturday and a Sunday event only. Or no, wait. Formula One might be here. It might be Friday, Saturday, Sunday. NASCAR is a 4-day event because they have qualifying on Thursdays and Fridays, and then they have the truck racing, and they have the other type of car racing either Thursday, Friday. I'm sorry, Thursday and Friday and Saturday, and then of course you have the main race on Sunday. So NASCAR is a 4-day event as well over here at Anime Girl.
Yeah, I mean, touring cars. I mean, you've got the main event, which is the touring cars, but then you've got Formula 4 is involved. You have this GT racing with the Porsches. Then they have you got all sorts of, they have the mini racing, and that's all. So you got to sit there and work out which part of the race you want to watch. Do you want to watch the minis? Do you want to watch Formula 4? Or do you want to watch these idiots in the GT Porsches spinning around? Because they're lunatics when they get going. And of course, then you have the juniors also racing. So it's pretty intense, but it lasts quite a few hours.
Okay, appreciate that. Ladies and gentlemen, Sports Talk with the Guys, home of the Monday Morning Quarterbacks on Saturday. It is April 1, 2023. It is April Fool's Day. I hope Matt is doing well today. I hope Almighty is doing well, and I hope Big Dog and Anime Girl. I'm doing great on an April Saturday morning. We're going to go ahead and continue with our stories. And Anime Girl, do you have any stories that you would like to get to right now?
I stuck one in there about, I think it was about the Cowboys signing defensive tackle Jonathan Hankins. I don't know that. I think I put that in the chat for you.
I lassie that you did. Well, why don't you go ahead and lead off with that story?
Well, it's basically they decided that they want Hankins. I think they've got him again. I think it's for a year they've signed him up for. I don't quite know what this thing is with the just picking them for a year, but hey, that's what they want to do. That's why they want to play it.
1 year.
Mm-hmm. Just a year.
He's just a hit, man.
Well,
Yeah.
defensive tackle. I suppose he's just going
He's going to play the goon, right? Right, Speedy?
Yeah, and we now know that Hitman is your favorite video game that you play. You can admit it. It's okay.
Okay. That makes you feel better.
Hitman.
I'm not talking, Jay.
Yeah.
We noticed.
Well, what do you think about signing this guy, Anime Girl?
I must be honest. I can't say I've followed his career. I mean, from what I found out, I mean he's an ex New York Giant. He's ex Indy Colt. Speedy would know more about him because he used to play for the Raiders at one time, I believe. Do you know anything about him, Speedy?
No, I can't tell that I do.
He used to play for your crew. So now he's playing for our crew.
Yeah.
And I noticed Big Dog has remained silent because his favourite football team's been talked about. Hello? Earth to Big Dog.
Well, see, if they
he
don't
went from-
recognize him, he must not have done much.
No.
He went.
True.
He went from one losing team to another losing team. It's okay.
Oh!
Oh.
Look, just because you're into the baby shits, don't get started, okay?
Oh! Wow! So, how is the sound? Is it bad?
No, you're fine.
Maybe so.
Okay,
I don't
Jay.
know what Jay was talking
Engineer?
about. He's
Yeah,
pranking you.
he's mentioned twice that my sound has gone down. So I don't know. Maybe he's just telling me that I've gone quiet. But in the article that Anime Girl shared with us and I put in the chat room, it says, it looks like the Cowboys are happy. The puzzle piece for this year is complete. So
Great.
signing
Yeah.
defensive tackle Jonathan Hawkins
Oh
to a
my
1 year,
gosh.
Hankins to a 1 year deal completes a superb free agency for the Cowboys. The Dallas Cowboys did everything they needed to do during free agency is an understatement, as the last piece of the puzzle has been finalized as Jonathan Hankins has signed a 1 year contract. The last puzzle piece for now, that is. Oh,
Nice one, Jay.
engineer is a comedian. Good job. The Cowboys knew what moves they needed to make this offseason, and inside the first week of free agency, most of them were done. Dallas traded for Stephon Gilmore and receiver Brandon Cooks. As you know, Dallas restructured his contract as well, thus filling a need for the team and putting two veterans in the starting lineup. With Ezekiel Elliott cut, Dallas needed a running back to play behind Tony Pollard, and Dallas brought in two-time Super Bowl winner Ronald Jones. Mixed into the moves was to try and keep as many players as possible. Dallas did that too. Most on team-friendly deals as well. Tony Pollard, Donovan Wilson, Leighton Vander Esch, Cooper Rush, Rico Dowdle, C.J. Goodwin, Dante Fowler, Tack McKinley, and lastly Hankins were all re-signed as the Cowboys load up to go again next season. So it looks like they did well, but go ahead, Big Dog.
I have a question, and no disrespect to our Dallas Cowboy fan that's here, and any other Dallas Cowboy fan listening. But with all these moves that have been made, do any of you here in this episode actually fear the Cowboys in the playoffs? I'm sorry. Dak is an excellent quarterback during the regular season, and for whatever reason, they fall apart in the playoffs. And the moves that they've made so far, I don't see them getting over that hump. They don't instill fear, at least for me.
I don't think they ever have they? I mean, really, anybody comes up against the Cowboys, they sit there, look at them and think, okay, trundle out the quarterback and just hold them still, make them play a long, an air game, and the
Yeah.
Cowboys can't seem to play. They have to
Yeah.
if they have to throw the ball downfield. The Cowboys undoubtedly never get there, and yet
Yeah.
the opposing team just sits there and thinks, "Okay, come on, we'll wait," and takes them down. They can't
Yeah.
seem to play a ground game. Or at least when I watch them, they never seem to play a ground game. Anybody
Almighty?
else?
Well, Hankins, I don't know if anyone said this, was supposed to improve them stopping the run because it wasn't very good last year. But it seems like they signed him away from the Raiders. I don't know. We just have to wait and see. I mean, right now teams are signing anybody and everybody, and who knows who's going to make the final cut come August, or September, or whenever they have to get back down to 55. So they can sign all the players they want, but how many of them are going to stick around? Some have contracts. A 1-year contract, that doesn't show that they have much confidence in this guy. I mean, just 1 year. And but it seems like Jerry Jones is happy with it, so that's all that matters, right? That Jerry Jones is happy, and he thinks that he's made the biggest signing of his career so far with getting this napkin guy, and I hope it works out. But now we have to see if the backup running back that is going to become now the number one running back can do what he did all for a whole season. Because he won't have any relief from his, well, of course, Ezekiel Elliott gets hurt, so that's why he had to play. But we'll see. I don't think anybody. I guess when you get this point in the season, nobody fears anybody right now because everybody's supposedly thinking they're on the same ground as anybody. I don't think people are going to fear the Packers if Aaron Rodgers heads to the Jets anymore. I think the Packers will lose some panache there. And so I don't know. They might not even win their division because Chicago may be the surprise team in that division to go to win it. And who knows if Detroit can repeat their season of last year. But I'm just saying there are teams. Dallas, like you said, Dallas fails in the playoffs. So no one, they might get there, but the team that's going to face in the first round is going to say, okay, they're one and done. Let's go get this over with. So maybe you're right, but we'll see. But right now, there are a lot of teams that with moves that, like I said, that probably don't have that same fear. Not sure if the Saints have that fear with signing David Carr. He was a good quarterback, but if he throws those floaters, but then again, they've got enough weapons. Well, I mean, if they put in that other guy that they have play quarterback sometimes, that'll help. I can't remember his name, but I will eventually. But anyway, I don't know. I just don't know. I mean, is anyone going to fear the Buccaneers with Baker? I mean, you're going from Tom Brady to Baker. Now, I'm not saying Baker can't get it done because this will be it for him. If he can't lead the Buccaneers anywhere, he's going to be done because he has a good setup there. I mean, the Buccaneers still need to work on that offensive line a little bit, but still, he will have a receiving core to throw to. So we'll see what happens there. I mean, I'm rambling on. So anyway, who's next to talk about who they fear in the NFL?
Don't know, but that would probably be Big Dog next, unless somebody you want to go to that and skip over the Big Dog.
Well, I posed a question, so I guess
we're
we'll
going
go
back
with
to
Speedy
Big
and then
Dog.
Scorekeeper.
Let me jump in, Speedy. No, I don't feel Dallas. I don't. It's a little too early, though. I have to spend some more time studying it. But yeah, right now, in the pure sense, Big Dog, no, I don't fear Dallas. But as far as management goes, they know what they wanted. They got it. Hey, good for them. Merry Christmas. I'm glad their puzzle is complete. But for most of the NFL, it's a 5,000-piece puzzle. the Cowboys were playing with, those 25-piece puzzles, those easy
Those big jumbo puzzles.
Yeah, the jumbo ones. So, yeah, their puzzle's complete. Go ahead. Sorry, folks. I'm going to get a refill of the Camacho right here. Go ahead, Speedy.
All right. Well, ladies and gentlemen, I
No,
tell
Speedy,
you.
answer him. Who's the team? Do you fear the Cowboys?
No, I don't fear the Cowboys. It's bad enough that, like I said, we've got Cowboy stuff being sold in different stores over here. Good grief. Let's get rid of them. Send them back to Texas, and all the Texas people can buy the Cowboy stuff there.
It's
Not
the
here.
number. We went through this before. It's the number one selling shirt in America. For whatever reason, a lot of people love the Cowboys. And of course, the company you work for wants to make money, so of course they're going to sell them.
Well, send them down to Bakersfield. My cousins live down there, and they're all Dallas fans.
See, there you go. I'm pretty sure they have them in Bakersfield too.
Well,
Yeah.
you're a secret Dallas fan, aren't you, Speedy?
No.
Gone fishing again. Gone fishing again.
Oh my!
I know Big Dog loves the Cowboys. I mean, he
I
follows them
just love the
religiously.
I love the Cowboys.
Yeah. Them and the Celtics, you love them, don't you, Big Dog?
Yep. Whenever I'm, it doesn't happen very often, but whenever I'm, having problems going to the bathroom, I think of the Cowboys and the Celtics, and it just gives me the shits. So I have no problem. That's why I love them.
Well, I'm so
Oh,
glad
wow.
they're useful for something in your life. I mean, I wouldn't want to go the other way.
Well, that saves him on X-Lax.
Well, exactly. Exactly. Have you ever had that stuff? Man, does that make you run.
So you must have a Larry Bird poster in your bathroom then.
I've got skid marks around the door where I missed it.
To Almighty's point, I'm glad Almighty brought that up
Well,
because I have this thing on my phone that came up about me watching the preview for the new Air Jordan film that's coming out soon. And since I watched the preview on Tuesday, I'm going to check the app again and see if I got a free ticket to watch that movie. Comes out on
I
April
heard it
5th.
really well. I heard it was really well done.
Yeah, I heard
hear
the
a lot
same.
of positive, tons of positive reviews. So,
Well, I mean, when you have a guy like Matt Damon, gee.
yeah, you have an all-star cast. You have Matt Damon, Ben Affleck. I mean, if they're both together on the movie,
Yeah.
they already won an Oscar between the two of them. With their writing skills. So, getting the two of them back together,
That's
plus all the
a
other stars
dynamic
that are in
duel right there.
there. Yep.
And even if I
Batman
don't,
and Robin.
yeah, Batman and Robin. But even if I don't win the free ticket from the app that's on my phone, I will still pay full price to go see that movie because, hey, Michael Jordan.
Wait till Tuesday. Jordan's not in it. Wait till Tuesday.
I know he's not.
Wait till Tuesday though, because Tuesday's $5 Tuesday.
That's what I just. We go through this all the time. Didn't you hear what I just said? The app came on my phone on Tuesday to check next Tuesday to see if I'm going to get a free ticket.
I understand that, but you said that even if you don't win a ticket, you're going to pay full price. And I said no, go on a Tuesday, and it's only $5, so you don't have to pay full price.
Yeah, that'll work too.
Stubborn,
But
please.
They're like an old married couple.
I was about to say that, actually. I mean,
That's me and Raj.
Yeah, that's him and Raj.
So Speedy, I guess you would say is my side chick, my Sancho.
more like that, yeah. We used to have a comedic duo over here called Little and Large. I think we're picking that title.
There you go.
You can work out who's who on your own, though, because I'm not going there.
No, Jay, we're not trying to be like Jerry Maguire.
No, really?
No, that wouldn't work anyway. So,
Hello, everybody's back. Oh, he's back again.
Yeah.
Almighty, you got something smoking in the background because every so often I keep seeing little puffs of smoke going past your curtain there.
Well, I
No,
hope
other
my
side.
I hope my cat's not on fire. That'd be sucky. Maybe. I don't know. A lot of traffic goes by,
He's
so it might just be
back.
dust. It just might be dust or
He's back.
reflection.
What the hell have you done in your background, Roger?
Yeah, Scorekeeper. Why do you look like you're CGI'd in?
I'm
I think you
sorry.
commandeered. Did you commandeer your daughter's starship?
No, I just turned down the overhead lights. Sorry.
Oh,
In other words, he hasn't paid the electric bill again.
There it is. There it is.
There you
I
go.
turned out the overhead lights, and I probably had too much up front,
Yeah.
so I'm sorry.
Yeah,
about
that doesn't look good enough to even to be your daughter's command center anyway. That would.
No, I'm actually not. But you guys all saw that one video. Oh my god! Even my daughter has a phenomenal command center. She's got the monitors all like this.
Yeah.
I say,
Well,
hey,
you
you
said
know
you were going to build one in your garage, so I
Well,
don't know.
Well,
Is that going to be at the new place?
okay, hold on. Well, first of all, thank you. My daughter has a wonderful command station. I have a command center here, so it's a little not, not.
Yeah, but she has the bridge.
Yeah. This is
Oh,
That's
operating.
yeah.
because she's
You have the
she's a
bathroom.
professional.
I'll
Yeah.
give him time. When he moves to his new place, he's going to recreate the bridge of the Enterprise.
Well, as a matter of fact,
As a matter of fact,
Michael Bednar from Starship Farragut, who built the Enterprise sets that are down in Florida and a few others, he knows that one of my dream of dreams is to have the Voyager sets from Voyager. So we've kind of joked about it, and when he retires and I have the property to do so, we're going to build the Voyager sets. So it's kind of cool. That's one of the dreams that I have. That's why I'm killing myself during tax season to earn lots of money so I can pay him to come over here for a while and build a set. But that's off track. I'm sorry, folks. I had to get my Star Trek line in there. Sports Talk with the guys. Home of the Monday Morning Quarterbacks on Saturday. Sorry for the flash and the light and the errors that we had. What a wonderful morning. That's Almighty over there. That's Speedy. Big Dog is right there. And that is Anime Girl. So what a wonderful wonderful morning that is right now. So who's next? Which I interrupted. Who's next on the story that they would like to get to right now?
Me?
Big Dog!
Both are NBA related. One of them is really quick. Of course, they announced the Hall of Fame members of 2023, and it is one hell of a class. It might be one of the best Hall of Fame classes ever for the NBA. So the nominees, the entrants this year, can't go wrong with any of them. Dwayne Wade, Dirk Nowitzki, Tony Parker, Becky Hammond, Greg Popovich, and of course, Pau Gasol. One hell of a lineup, guys. I mean, you can't go for that. I mean, there is 2, 3, 4, 5. So that's 9. There's like 15 championship rings between all these people. One hell of a class, and I'm glad that these are the guys, the people that got in. It was great. And the other one, it was breaking news yesterday, and I gotta pull it back up again. PN. Shoot. Go on to the next person. I need to find this real quick.
All right, folks, just very quickly, there's an article that
I got it.
Rob Manfred, the commissioner of Major League Baseball, has stated that there's a problem with Steve Cohen. Of course, you know the Mets' new owner has been spending ungodly sums of money. The roster is going to be projected to be $375 million this year.
Woo-hoo.
And of course, it says a lot to the Mets fan base that someone is committed, but there's also the disparity now that the haves and the have-nots, and everyone is well, I can't say everyone, I'm generalizing, but many people are unhappy with the fact that the Mets are spending so much. Well, how can you be unhappy if an owner is spending for their base to win? Whether you like it or not, the guy is a multi-billionaire, he has the money, so be it. I don't recall where it said that in sports you had to be equal. There's always been teams that were richer than others. This goes back to the 1800s. Some teams paid more because they could afford to. I don't understand where this belief that they should all be billionaires or they should all have equal amounts of money. It never was that way. And this goes across all sports. If you're going to have a team in Minnesota, okay, you're going to have a team in Minnesota. You're going to have a team in New Mexico. Oh, no, there are no teams in New Mexico. I wonder why. Because the fan base isn't there. So you don't have the money that would be attracted. So teams aren't there. I don't understand how people say that there has to be a competitive balance, but yet it's impossible to have a competitive balance. If we had a competitive balance, you'd have a team in every state, every city. It's not going to happen that way. So, with the idea that Major League Baseball has the haves and the have-nots, folks, it's bullshit. The Padres, a small market team. My God, they're about to outspend the Yankees. It's whether the owners want to invest or not. And folks, if you cannot, get out. Simple as that. And Big Dog and I on a tangent, Big Dog and I were talking about competitive balance, or what was the word that we mentioned, Big Dog? Was it parity?
Oh, yeah.
In the NBA? Is this
Yeah.
what parity means? This is
Well,
what fans want,
yeah.
parity. And in the NBA, is that what the fans really want? Go ahead, Big Dog.
No, what I was gonna say is the small town or the smaller market baseball teams are complaining is because they don't have billionaire owners, that are gonna spend like they wanted. If the owner of the Mets had actually bought the Kansas City Royals or the Minnesota Twins, and he spent this kind of money, everyone else would still be complaining because of the amount of money he's spending. I mean, yes, to a point, it matters where you are geographically. But if a billionaire owner wants to come in and buy a team and spend all the money he wants, it doesn't matter where the team's at for the owner. He's gonna, like I said, if he bought the Minnesota Twins, he's gonna go in and he's gonna spend that money to get those big name players to that small market town, city. So to a point, yes, it matters, because of the fan base and so on and so forth. But I mean, we've seen the fans show up almost on all places except maybe Oakland or a couple, that have really bad attendance. But if, like I said, a billionaire owner comes in and says, I want to own a team, and the shitty team is available because it's such a small group of people in the entire world that can say they own a team, they're going to do it no matter where that team is at. So it doesn't matter whether you're big city, small city, if you have the money behind you, that's to your team's advantage. And I don't feel bad for any other team that's bitching and complaining, saying, "Oh, look at man spending so much money. We can't do it." Well, find someone who can. Bring someone in. Quit bitching. Do something about it. But then I'm old school.
Just don't want to spend.
Yeah. You get that in the soccer over here as well. You get.
Oh yeah,
Man
soccer
United,
spends all kinds of money over there. Oh my God.
Oh, yeah. I mean, Bayern Munich, AC Milan, Manchester United, they're all big spenders. And then suddenly, was it Abramovich bought Chelsea. Look what happened to them. Then I can't remember. Somebody else got hold of Manchester City. Now Manchester City at this precise moment is eclipsing Manchester United. It happens. You got the money, you can buy the players. Then you make the move.
Exactly.
So it works. So I understand where you're coming from.
But this complaint has been
Well, we got
going
another-
on.
Only having with Scorekeeper.
On the con.
Where
He's
did
hearing
we go
voices
now?
again. He saw a ghost.
Oh
He's
my!
passing someone out.
No way.
Oh, no way.
No way.
Oh
Here we
dear.
go.
Oh dear.
Let's see.
Hey guys, I have to go.
No
Go ahead and
way.
continue the program. I will speak to you guys soon. Take it easy, guys.
Have a good one.
Bye.
Okay.
So anyway, I will continue. It doesn't matter how much they spend because we've seen small market teams beat these big payroll teams. So
Yeah.
there's, I mean, you sit here and say that, but how many times have the Indians gone places with this low payroll, or any other teams? I mean, we still see spending a lot of money, as we know, does not guarantee you a World Series.
No, but the fact that you can spend the money is what the small market teams are complaining, or the poorer teams are complaining about.
I don't know what poor teams are complaining, but they just gotta they just gotta pay attention to themselves. They can't worry about how much the Yankees,
of course.
Mets, Dodgers, and who else has the big deep pockets, I guess.
Payrolls. Yeah, deep pockets, yeah.
And so, I mean, but these small teams have done damage with a fraction of their payrolls. I mean, the Yankees don't win the World Series every year because they spend the most money. They just don't win it because it doesn't work sometimes. I mean, anyway.
Oh, totally agree.
So they can whine, but the teams, I mean, why the team, well, these teams have been whining for decades because this big gap has been going on for decades. I mean, George Steinbrenner didn't, he had big payrolls, and the Yankees still do. I mean, the only problem is that George wasn't able to buy the Indians. Then that would have been a whole different story. But, but anyway, he tried to, but Dolan wouldn't sell it to him. So he bought the Yankees, which turned out to backfire. But anyway, it doesn't matter. I'm just going to say one more time, payroll doesn't matter. Talent does. And these small ball clubs can make a dent if they need to.
Totally agree. When you're talking about payroll, kind of a tangent, but I just want to mention real quick that Magic Johnson, of course, owned part of the Lakers for a little bit, owned part of the Dodgers for a little bit, owns his own. He's part of the group that owns the soccer team. Now he's going to get into football because he's in a group that the Washington Commanders football team, my old Redskins, accepted the bid. He's one of two bids that are in two different groups. I can't believe the bid. The bid is for $6 billion for the Commanders. Now, if the Commanders are going to get $6 billion, the Cowboys have got to be worth like 15 or 20 then. Well, if you want to put it on a scale.
It depends on how desperate you are to get an NFL team, too. And you might be right. That's probably part desperate. Well, on that list, what were the Redskins valued at, though? Didn't you have a list of the teams that had?
You know what? that was last week's thing. I don't remember.
But I'm just saying they weren't in that kind of number.
No, they were probably in the 2 billion or 1.5 billion range, right in there.
Right, exactly, because all of the top team, like you said, was the Yankees.
Yeah, was the Yankees at 7.5 billion or something.
And then you went down.
But that was just baseball. That was just baseball, though. They
was
given
it?
the whole team thing. Yeah, it was just a baseball list.
But I can't. If that's their bid, that's their bid. I mean, they must be pretty desperate.
And
I mean, they probably.
And that's the thing. It's two different groups. Two different groups both bid $6 billion.
Oh, they both bid the same amount?
Yep.
Holy mother.
There's 2 6. Yeah.
Wow.
And then there's a rumor that Bezos might be a third bid person, and he might outbid both of those guys or both of those groups.
Well, he could.
Of course, that's
No problem.
he could.
I mean,
yeah.
just get out his pocket change and say, "Here you go."
Yeah, no
But
kidding.
but
Officially,
Snyder doesn't
he
want to
has
sell
not
to him.
Put in a bid. Yeah,
The
officially
Snyder
he
is-
has not put in a bid.
Okay, but so if they both
Yeah,
put
he
in
won.
the $6 billion,
$6 billion bid.
so do the owners now pick who's going to get the team?
I think so.
Because they usually
The
have
owner
this
will
big
say-
meeting between all the owners. They all come in to say
Yep.
who has. Do they actually have the cash to pay?
No. That Magic is not in. They said they have verified funds already, ready to go. I'm pretty sure Magic Johnson's group probably can do the same thing, because Magic. I don't know if people have noticed over the last decade or so, Magic hangs around with billionaires all the time. You know, he's with that Guggenheim group. He's with the Guggenheim group with the Dodgers. So the money's there. So for him, I'm pretty sure for him to get a bunch of guys together to get $6 billion, I'm pretty sure he can do it.
But real quick, they'll make that money
Yeah.
back in 7-8 years.
Yeah,
with all the
I agree.
because of the profit sharing that goes on. With,
Yep.
I mean, the NFL is the poster child for parity and splitting the revenues. So, and they each get what, almost $2 billion a year and all this TV
Something
money.
like that.
So
Yeah, something like that.
they pay $6 billion. Okay, in 8 years we're in profit because of how
Yep.
it's set up in the NFL. I mean, it's not like baseball. You pay $6 billion for the Mets, you'll never get out of the hole. But
Yeah, that's true.
but
But
if they
I
have
just couldn't believe that.
but
I
that
just
much
couldn't believe
money
when
for
I
the
saw
Commanders,
Yeah,
Ooh.
exactly. I was like, oh my God.
and they
Someone's
still
desperate.
want to build a
They're
stadium for this
desperate.
team.
They didn't mention that.
Well, they've been talking about a new stadium. I don't know if they'll
Yeah,
ever get
yeah,
one built,
yeah.
but they've talked about. I mean, before they get sold, the GM of the Commanders had said that, we'll have a new stadium started by 24. But if they
Yeah, I
get
remember
sold,
that, yeah.
who knows if that's going to happen?
I'm pretty sure they'd probably
Okay.
do something with it, and then the new owners would, do the ultra modern stadium with all the, maybe like a LA Live type of thing that they have here. Where right across the street there's the restaurants and the shopping and the movies and the whole 9 yards. So
I just $6 billion for the Commanders. Come on. That's like the Deshaun contract the Browns did. Shit. Okay, wow. Okay. Well, it's good to have that
Oh,
kind of money
that's right.
laying around.
You know what, Jay? I'm not sure if it's Fat Burgers, because I know Fat Burgers was O.J. Simpson.
Yeah,
He
that's
owned
what I
a
thought
bunch of
too.
those. Magic has the TGI Fridays and a lot of Starbucks, and from what I hear, multiple shopping centers in Michigan and California, shopping malls. I think last I read somewhere that he owns something like 4 different malls.
So there it is.
Yep, there it is. Yep,
Wow.
$6
billion. There they are. $6 billion man.
Jeez.
That is, wow. I don't know how much that team's worth. I should look that up to see how much those the Crapadeers are worth. But God. I mean, that's crazy.
Animator, what is the pound to the dollar? Is the pound worth more, or what's the exchange on it? Do you know? Any chance?
I think it's roughly weighted in your favour at the moment. I don't think
Okay.
it's sort of like equal or slightly
What a kid.
weighted to your side. I'm not. I'd have to
I
go.
was just
check.
wondering how many pounds. I was just wondering how many pounds would be $6 billion.
I can go look. Hold on, I'll come back.
That's fine.
Okay, I mean, it's got to be what
I mean, I just
at least 3 or 4 bits.
They're such a bad team The $6 billion amount per se for a team it shocked me a little bit, but for it to be for such a bad team is my whole thing. If they were buying, say, the Cowboys, or they were buying the Packers, or of course will never be for sale, but geez, what's this?
So according to this, the Commanders are worth $5.6 billion.
Oh, bullshit.
Well, that's
Bullshit.
according to
I
that's
don't think
Forbes.
so.
That's Forbes talking there.
Oh
Big
shit,
Dog.
is that Forbes? God damn it.
Wow.
So they're
When
only
was
going.
this thing
They're only
printed?
going
Oh, January
4
16th.
million, or how much million would that be over? Not 4 million, but whatever.
400 million. 400
Yeah,
million.
they're only going 400 million over the estimated price. So
Yeah.
I mean, if you
Damn,
go by,
I would never have thought that.
but how much credit does Forbes have? But I mean, that's what they have the team as. So I guess it's in that ballpark. So I
they're
guess
usually pretty on.
well, then we're
I
for some reason we're pretty
Damn.
off. So I don't understand that. That's still
Wow.
surprising to me. But it is an NFL franchise, and I guess since the Broncos got sold for quite,
I think that's what
Walmart
did it too.
money, But anyway,
just like when what's his face bought the Clippers, where he overpaid, and now that caused all the other teams to go up because of what he paid.
Exactly. So but eventually, whatever you pay is going to become market and over. I mean, you've got to. What you're doing is you're thinking, okay, I pay $6 billion now. In 20 years, I can sell it for 12, 18 billion, or maybe more. So,
Big Dog.
supposedly, these teams are also an investment.
Yeah.
Yes, ma'am.
Don't you ma'am me? I work for a living. The question you asked, the answer is in the private chat.
Okay.
If you go in the private chat, it's in there. It'll tell you exactly how much.
Gotcha.
Hell of a lot.
Cool.
Wow.
Yeah.
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 Wow. Wow. There, Speedy.
Mm-hmm.
Have that money floating around.
I find it actually really ironic that the top teams in sports, in American sports, the Cowboys, the Lakers, the Yankees, are all, whereas almost all the other ones are by groups. They're owned by a group or a hedge fund or whatever, and it's nice that that the family owned teams are at the top of the heap. Because you got Jerry Jones, you got the Laker family, and you have the Steinbrenner family.
Well, Man United were owned by a family, and I think they've just been ousted.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Really? Wow.
It was American, like an American pair of brothers that owned United, and I think they've just been ousted. We're not doing so well.
Wow.
I think the Haslams own the Browns. Straight up.
Yeah, I mean, there's a few out there, but I'm just saying, I just found it ironic that
the Browns,
teams
I mean,
worth the most.
I know it. Yeah, but it seems like teams that have families do better because they don't have to worry about all that crappy corporate bullshit all the time. If you have to deal with the whole board,
it's true.
Nothing gets done except in Green Bay.
Why? What's wrong with Green Bay?
I said except for Green Bay.
Okay.
When it comes to corporate
owned
with
by
a board, I mean, Green Bay is owned by everybody. So, I mean, they seem to be able to, besides being set up like a corporation, they can still get moved. Sometimes it gets in the way, but sometimes it's. But anyway, they've won with the corporation or whatever the board set up.
Okay.
And I missed my chance. I think it was like 5 years ago. They released something like 100,000 or 250,000, I guess, individual bonds where you could actually buy into. You had no voting share whatsoever, but you could still say you were part owner of the Packers.
Okay.
And I think they were going for like $500 or $600. And
Wow.
at the time, it just wasn't the right time for me to spend $500-$600.
But do you still get a return on that?
No, it's just something for you to put up. Say you're part owner of the team. You
Yeah,
know,
but the whole
kind of
idea
like with
about buying a
Roger.
bond is to get some kind of return.
Well, I'm using bond as a reference, whatever it would have
So
been called.
it's just a thing that you buy saying, yeah, I own the team, but that's it.
Yeah,
I have no voting
yeah,
rights, but I can put it in a frame and it can be it's a what's it
damn
called?
right.
A conversation piece.
I own part of the Packers.
I own a screw in the
Couple of
Packers
blades.
Stadium.
Hey,
Couple of blades
hey,
of grass.
those Packers fans are rabid fans, though.
Yeah.
So the fact that you have to be on a waiting list for 30 years to get your season tickets, that says something. Where you pass it down.
Well,
That's
that's crazy.
from father
That's crazy
to son.
talk. Oh yeah, you own a urinal bar in the. That's what you own with that stuff. That's what you.
The urinal cake.
Yeah, the urinal cake. That's what you. Yeah. I bought me a urinal cake for $500. So it's awesome.
That was good.
Speedy, would you want to own a urinal cake at the Packer Stadium?
No. I don't need a urinal, okay? If that's what you're implying.
You don't need a urinal.
No.
That's what you say. You say you don't need a urinal.
Anyway.
Didn't he say that? I don't understand. Okay, whatever.
Maybe he owns a concession stand at the Raiders.
He owns a French fry. That's it.
Is that right, Speedy?
That's fine. Wow.
Or is it a carrot stand?
What was that?
I said, if it's not French fries, it's got to be carrots, isn't it?
Ew, carrot.
I hope not.
Yeah.
I can't eat carrots, no.
I was
Why
being
not?
facetious, Speedy. Sorry.
You're allergic to carrots or what?
Yeah, kind of.
I can go with that. I'm allergic to
What is it? Oh,
So, if there's not anything else, should we just start targeting WrestleMania for over the weekend here?
Yeah, that's what Jade's been asking for in the chat room. We're going to get to that right now.
All right. Yeah, he did. Look at this. Look at the man. Look at this.
We're probably
Yeah.
going to lose Anime Girl then if we do start talking about wrestling.
So, right, you
That's
talk
not
about
her.
wrestling, I'll go make myself a cup of Joe. How's that?
Or
Okay.
a cup of tea. Cup of tea or cup of Joe?
Cup of Joe.
Oh,
I don't drink tea. I don't drink tea. I drink Joe.
really?
Really?
Wow.
Ooh,
So you don't
what kind of
have
British person are
a
you
tea
that doesn't
time?
drink tea?
Doesn't have tea time at her house.
I'm classified as a weird kind of British person, but never mind.
You probably would be.
Hey, I can totally get behind that because I'm a weird Mexican because I hate corn and I hate onions and I hate tomatoes.
I can't eat tomatoes. I'm allergic. I eat a
I'm
tomato.
not allergic,
it's
I
like
just don't like
having-
them.
If I eat a tomato, it's like having a shot of heroin. For 24 hours,
Oh, wow.
I'm up there. Yeah, for 24 hours, I'm up
Really?
there.
Wow.
But 48 hours on the way down, don't talk to me because I'll rip your head off and I won't even know I've done it. So stay well clear.
Wow.
Well, speaking
Wow.
of tomatoes, what do you think about WrestleMania?
Eh. I
Your
think
ball-
night one is the better night of the two nights. I don't know if you guys have the lineup, but I'll give it to you
Yeah,
real
I do.
quick.
Yep.
Night one is Theory versus Cena, Seth Rollins versus Logan Paul, Trish, Lita, and Becky versus Damage Control. You have the men's four-way tag match. You have Rey Mysterio versus his son, Charlotte versus Rhea for the championship, and of course, as I wanted, and I'm glad it happened, the Usos versus Kevin Owens and Sami Zayn closing out the night for the championship. Night two should be Gunther, we all know as Walter, versus
Yeah.
Sheamus and Drew McIntyre. Edge versus Finn Balor. Rumors are that we will get the Demon to appear. The third match is the women's Fatal 4-Way tag match. Then it's Bianca versus Asuka. The worst match on the entire card. Brock versus Omos. Going to be the suckiest match. And then, of course, the one to end it all, Roman versus Cody Rhodes.
Yeah,
everybody was everybody was kind of. I mean, I reckon a big deal that Cody Rhodes won on Monday? Did he wrestle on Monday with Raw?
Yes, he did. He wrestled
that Solo guy or Silo or whatever.
Solo Sikoa.
And they kept back. They said, "Well, he won." I'm thinking, "Well, no shit. He's got WrestleMania coming up. He can't lose before WrestleMania, for God's sake." But he did wrestle and he did win. But that should be expected.
Yeah, and it kind of set it up as the downfall of the bloodline because Solo Sikoa was undefeated to that point against Cody. He hadn't lost a match yet.
So really? They didn't say anything about that. I mean, I watched the match on the tube, but
they didn't make too much mention of the fact that he had been undefeated, but he was undefeated.
Well, that should be a main talking point.
Yep. And then of course tonight if the Usos do lose, then you can see the decline, where the whole bloodline storyline is going to end up. But I still don't know why Brock is fighting Omos. I don't know.
Yeah.
To me, that's gonna be a 5-minute or less match.
Probably.
Yeah.
And the thing you did mention was that there's a possibility because their sources all saying, well, we can't tell you, but there's going to be a ton of surprises for WrestleMania all weekend. And there might even, because there's a consensus going around, and it's an online theory, but then some are saying it's true. Not to steal your thunder, Kurt Angle, but that's what they're saying. That for the Hell in a Cell match, that the Brood would be reunited, which means that Christian would be given a chance to come back for one night only. But then there's others saying, I don't think Tony Khan's going to allow that.
And Vince would never do it either. I mean, he left and he's under contract. There's a little first of all, you can't do that.
No, you can't. If you're under contract, you can't do that. But they said, Michael Cole kept saying, all night last night, be sure to go to Peacock right after we go off the air because that's the only place you can watch the Hall of Fame because it's next. Well, not for me. On my Peacock only showed the old ones. I went through all of the Hall of Fames and they were all the old ones. They only showed the video package for Rey Mysterio. That was it.
You didn't look in the right spot then because I actually had mine on before it started. I switched over to Peacock at like 7:57, and it said 2023 Hall of Fame ceremony. I clicked on that and it said we'll be starting momentarily. And as soon as 8 o'clock hit, it went on. It actually didn't start till 8:30 because the actual ring that they used for SmackDown, they had to convert it for the Hall of Fame. So it wasn't like somewhere else. It was in crypto. So they had to change the entire background. So they were interviewing people here and there, and it was great because they interviewed Sami Zayn and his wife, which was nice. They were all dressed, tuxedo and evening dress. But what was cool is Sami talked about the fact that he said even though him and Kevin are Canadian, that in their indie career, California was their home base. He's all, we wrestled for a company called PWG, Pro Wrestling Gorilla. He goes, well, that's where we got our start. And as soon as he said PWG, I gave a big old pop. I was like, oh yeah, PWG. So,
But you know, it's interesting
cool.
because. Well, go ahead. I'll let you finish.
Go ahead.
It's interesting because, you know, in that same area, I think like 2 blocks away they had WrestleCon because a lot of my friends flew down there from the Bay Area to go to WrestleCon. Some of them went to the WrestleMania store, and then half of them went to the Hall of Fame. And then some people were like, "Look at my picture. This is where I'm sitting for SmackDown." And then my friend Biff, he posted a picture. He's like, I don't know why I'm here, but why do they have Hall of Fame in the ring? What is this about? And I'm like, I'm not there with you, so I don't know what's going on in LA.
So yeah,
And
so
then
there.
And then next door, they're gonna have Stand and Deliver, which is gonna start in 2 hours. They're going
to
to
the crypto.
That's what I thought too.
Yeah, it's at crypto. It starts in 2 hours at crypto, and then whoever has tickets for WrestleMania, it's going to end early enough so that they can drive to Inglewood and go to SoFi.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
But WrestleCon, I believe, is at the LA Convention Center. I'm not positive.
I'm not either.
It would be right next to the crypto center.
Yeah, because my friend Melissa and her husband took a picture with Billy Gunn and Sami Zayn. Well, not Sami Zayn, Sami Callihan and others. There's a whole bunch of people there at WrestleCon. So
because all the other independent federations are there.
Yeah,
they're around that area because they're all trying to get their, and I can't blame them. They're all trying to get a little bit of their WrestleMania stuff in. So a lot of I know there was a place on Thursday that was having matches. Yesterday there were matches. I think yesterday was Ring of Honor.
Yeah, ROH.
There and they were in USC, which is about 10 minutes away from crypto.
Yep.
So that's where they had their stuff at. So.
But they didn't hand out the actual, WrestleMania backstage pass for like they did before. Because as I said last week, they're slowly getting rid of, fan access. You can still take pictures with them, but I guess they're trying to get away from the name access now.
Yeah.
Yeah, most of my friends here were trying to get last minute flights last night to go down to LA. I'm like, good luck with that.
I mean,
cheaper.
You gotta pay through the nose, though.
Well, yeah, for cheap LA flights, I don't know where you can get those at. But that's what a lot of people were asking about on Facebook. Can I get a cheap flight somewhere? Anybody know of a charter plane? I'm like, I don't think you can get a charter plane.
You can get a flight. It ain't gonna be cheap. You can get a flight though.
Well, because a lot of them wanted to fly down on Thursday. That way they could, get a cheap hotel room and, stay through the whole entire weekend.
Yeah, you have friends that don't travel very much because on something like this, you reserve your hotel room like 6 months ago. That's when you get a good price. You don't get a good price now.
No.
Now you pay 3, 4, 5 times as much as what you would have paid 6 months ago.
Well, what we used to do, when I used to travel with them, was we would, stay at somebody's house, and that way nobody would have to spend money that way. Or we would share a hotel room.
True.
But we wouldn't do it, we wouldn't go post it on social media on Friday, the day of the event or the day before. Can you help me get a flight down there? I'll pay you. I'm just like, well, good luck to all of you.
So, Mighty, will you be watching WrestleMania?
Yes, yes. I will be watching. I watched last year, so I'll be watching again this year, and I'll have we'll see how this 2-day event goes compared to last year when kind of sucked ass on Sunday. So we'll see
Yeah.
if they can keep the momentum going or the enthusiasm going on Sunday. I hope that they will, but I mean, on I mean, I guess Saturday you're going to have what, Charlotte Flair
Yes.
going at it
Yep.
Yeah.
with gosh, I can't remember her name.
Rhea Ripley.
Yeah.
Yep.
So that's going to be a good match. I'm not sure
That
about.
should be a hell of a match.
Yeah. What do you think about John Cena and this Austin Theory going for the United States Championship? Is that
Yeah.
is that going to be a good match, or is that just a?
It's not going to be a long match. I think Cena's there just to put the guy over.
Yeah.
Cena's not going to come back full time. He's not coming back full time. They're doing it because.
Well, I didn't think he was. I mean, he's been retired for how long now?
About 5 years. But Theory, his shtick, it's getting kind of stale. It's the same old thing, and he keeps wrestling the same guys over and over again. So I think they brought Cena in for, of course, the buy rate, because Cena's back and all the kids love Cena. But the fact that Theory needs that little push, hopefully to get him over the top, or to get him, popular enough, so that he can do it on his own. But I don't see Cena winning at all, because then he'd have to defend it. Or if he does win, I was thinking he wins and then maybe loses it on night 2.
Oh, I see. Just turn around and okay.
Yeah, say there's some sort of interference, or they got the call wrong, or whatever, and Theory bitches and complains, like storyline wise, like he has before, and gets a rematch, and then like loses it back or wins it back the following night. So, who knows?
Okay. Or they could pull one of those things where he does win, but then something happens, the ref isn't paying attention, and he loses again.
Yes.
Pull a Ronda Rousey on him. Who knows?
There used to be a regular thing, and it was called the Dusty Finish after Dusty Rhodes when he was the booker, because Dusty would wrestle in, say it was a house match, so he'd wrestle and he'd lose the title, and then someone would come out from the back that was like, supposedly management or whatever, and they're like, oh, there's a rule that you can't lose the title on a Thursday night or something, some bullshit thing. And they're like, so winner of the match is, but still champion Dusty Rhodes.
Oh my, that is too awesome. Oh man, I love it. Oh wow, there's a rule that says you can't win at 11:15 on Thursday.
There was some crazy stuff.
Yeah,
and he would do it because it was a house match, non-televised. But of course, people would still find out about it. But
wow,
yeah,
wow, that is okay. Let's throw that out there, old school, huh? Let's go old school on that.
Old school.
Wow.
But I mean, it's packed. It's sold out. I just for the hell of it, tickets. I went to Ticketmaster and looked for tickets. They ain't shit. There's tickets. Oh, this was a good one. There's tickets in right by ringside, row 2 or row B. So you're right there.
Yeah.
There were up to 6 tickets available. $10,333.
How many did you get?
Yeah, right.
He's like,
In my dreams, I wish I could. And, I'm sorry, but those tickets were for both nights, for both days. So it's for tickets for Saturday and for Sunday. So essentially, you're paying $5,000 a ticket per day per seat.
So Big
If I
Dog,
would
I
have
have to
went
ask,
when I was younger, yeah, what?
I have to ask you a question now since you brought that up. If you knew you were going to be there for 2 nights, would you leave anything personal like your jacket? Since well, I'm going to come back tomorrow. I'll just leave my jacket
Oh
here.
hell no! I wouldn't be stupid. There's not security there. You'd leave, and people are still walking by. That's how. You've been to baseball games.
Yeah,
You don't leave your jacket sitting on your chair while you go to the concession stand. Same thing.
right.
There's not security that says, "Oh, don't touch anything." People don't care. They're going to be walking by. Oh, look, there's a jacket. Oh, there's a tote bag. Shit, they're going to pick that up in a second.
Yeah, exactly. I only brought that up because there was a story up here where there's a family that was visiting and they've never been to California before, but they took their rental car to some restaurant to In-N-Out, and then they got
Was that the one that got broken into twice?
yeah,
That you
yeah.
posted?
Mm-hmm.
I didn't read the article, but did they have stuff in the back seat?
Yeah.
Then they're stupid. That's their own fault.
And then my other friend,
Anybody?
he said, well, that's why I tell people just take public transportation when you come to California because you never know.
No.
Don't drive your rental car around.
Yeah, well, you can't tell it's a rental anymore. It's not like it was 15, 20 years ago when you had the big old Enterprise sticker or Avis sticker on the car that dignified it as rental. You don't know it's a rental, because there's no distinguishing marks. No, when you're traveling, and it's these people's fault. I'm sorry that they're dumb, but I, who traveled for 20 years, no, you don't leave anything in the back seat or the side seat that you can see that's worth of value. You throw that shit in the trunk. You don't leave suitcases. You don't leave your computer. There's so many people that get broken into. Oh, would they steal? Oh, well, I had my laptop on the seat. Who's an idiot that leaves a goddamn computer on the back seat where you can just look at it and say, "Ooh, it's a free computer." Stupidity. I'm sorry.
Why did Almighty disappear?
Oh,
hey, back
Oh, his power went off.
It
again.
flickered off for a second, so I have to wait for everything to reboot up, even the modem. So it took. That's why I sent you a message,
Wow.
Big Dog, so you know what
Yeah, I
happened.
got it.
Yeah, because
Pretty fast though.
no internet connection. Like, oh shit. But anyway, I'm back. I don't know if that's good news or bad news, but I am back.
Oh,
So
yeah.
where did you guys leave
Well,
off? What are you guys talking about?
Since you, and I'm just going to ask you the same thing. He talked about an article that he posted yesterday. When you're traveling, Almighty, do you leave your suitcase or your laptop or whatever in the back seat and then walk away, go shopping or whatever?
Oh, you mean if I would stop somewhere, do I leave it out?
Yeah. In other words, yeah, you're traveling you say you come to LA and you have your rental.
Come to LA. I'm not leaving my car alone.
Smart man. Smart man.
There's the article that he's talking about. There was a couple that came from Arkansas or whatever, and they went to San Francisco, and they got their car broken into twice in one day. And I asked him, because I didn't read the article, I didn't click on it. I just read the headline. But I asked him, I said, did they have stuff in the back? And he said, yeah, well, they had, like the suitcase or whatever. And I'm like, what's their own damn fault? You don't leave that shit where people can see it. You put it in the trunk, or if you have a hatchback, you pull that screen up so you can't see what's there.
Or you
So I
cover
said
it
it was
up
their
with
own
some kind
fault.
of junk.
It's stupid. Yeah.
But yeah, especially when it depends on where you're going. I mean, for me, a laptop, it's always in my backpack, and I take my backpack with me wherever I go.
Yeah. Yeah.
So I don't leave it anywhere. I would never leave my laptop sitting out where someone could see it.
Because you know what'll happen. That's why.
Yeah. But I always take it with me. I have a backpack with all my supplies and stuff, so I always take it with me. I really don't travel with a suitcase. I mean, the only time I took was when I flew to Arizona. I took one of
Okay.
those, whatever you want to call it. I can't remember what they're called now, but a carrier.
Oh, carry on.
Yeah, carry on. It wasn't a carry on. It was a luggage thing.
Yeah.
Luggage. One piece of luggage I took to Arizona. But usually, you're right. If you do pack stuff, you put it out of sight
Yep. See?
because I mean, like when we would travel, we would we had kids, so we just throw all their toys and crap on top of it, or then we don't want that, but underneath is all our stuff.
Yeah.
But we usually kept it locked, and we usually kept it in our line of sight.
Yeah,
when we travel.
Yeah, I mean, there's places in Britain where you park the car up, you come back, and there ain't no car.
No,
They don't steal what's inside the car; they steal the whole damn thing. Yeah.
That's why I said I wouldn't leave my car alone in Los Angeles. It's like there's nothing. Come back and where's the damn?
LA's not that bad.
Okay.
I mean, the standing joke is the standing joke over here is you go to Liverpool, leave your car, and you come back, it's up on bricks, and all you've got's the body shell. You ain't got nothing else, just the body shell.
Yeah. Well, Sir Paul should give them some more money, so that wouldn't happen.
You can spend all the money in the world, they're still nick stuff because they like doing it.
It's still Liverpool, right?
Yeah, it's fun for them.
Well, okay. I'm just saying that's where Paul came from. It's his responsibility.
And they managed to stop the guy, and they were trying to hold him for the police, but then they forgot about the other guy who was like, "I got a gun. So let my friend go, and we're gonna get out of here." And they're like, "Crap, we forgot about the other guy." And I'm like, "Well,
did he have a gun?"
All they could do was tell the police what they looked like and stuff.
Well, sad story, but lesson learned. I hope.
Yeah.
Yeah. It was back to the Hall of Fame ceremony. It was good. It was a little bit long. Excuse me, long. Excuse me. I'm sorry. The first person that they inducted they brought out was Stacy Keibler. Still looks beautiful. She's 43, 44. Still has the best legs in the business even now. I don't know if you guys remember or know of Stacy Keibler, but when she came in, she was known because she was so tall. She's 5'11", and she had 42-inch legs. That was always the thing that they pushed on it, and of course she was just gorgeous. She was a swimsuit model, but
oh yeah.
Yeah.
Wow.
So yeah, she. I don't know if you guys remember, or I don't know if you kept up with the entertainment side of Hollywood, but she was dating George Clooney for about 3-4 years.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Okay. Well, that's a good deal.
So that's how she got well known. But she gave a really good speech. And then next person they talked about was oh shoot, I can't remember his name. It was the referee that passed away, something White.
Tim White.
His name. Tim White, yes. He got inducted. His family came in to accept it. And then it was shoot, I can't think of who the person was. One of the other wrestlers that I think has passed. Can't remember who. Anyways, and then they brought in my favorite guy, the guy who actually named me the Mexican Dusty Rhodes. So I'm very proud of that. They brought in the Great Muda, and they did a real good video package of him. He came out with a crazy-looking mask that he wore, and his speech was very short because he said that he doesn't speak English very well, but that he was honored for this, and he was very surprised and very humbled by it, and he just thanked everybody. This was like a 3-minute speech.
Yeah.
And then, of course, the last inductee was Ray, and Conan gave the introduction. Conan gave probably the best speech in all the WWE Hall of Fames, and it was just an awesome speech. And Ray came out in this I mean, there's no way other to explain it. He came out in this gorgeous looking mask. It was all gold, sparkly. He said it was specially made just for the Hall of Fame.
Really?
And yeah, it looked incredible. I thought Muda's mask was great, but when he came out with that one, I was like, holy shit. And it probably cost at least $3,000, $4,000, $5,000 for that mask that he was wearing.
Wow.
Because it looked awesome. But he gave a great speech, talked about it. I love the fact that they worked the storyline into it, because as he's coming out, everybody's giving him a standing ovation except for his son and the faction. So Dominic, Rhea, and yeah, there it is. Look at
There's the
look
app.
at that mask.
Wow, look at that.
Gorgeous. If you can get if there's a way to get a close up of that, oh man, you can see all
I'll
the
see if I
like
can make a
rhinestones
screen.
or whatever that's on there.
Let's see if I
But
can.
it's a gorgeous looking mask.
YouTube's not gonna let me make that any bigger.
Yeah.
No, you can.
Sorry
you can
about
make,
that.
But
No,
Sorry
you can
about
make it
that.
bigger.
Talk about
You just have to click on the button next to, not the last button next to that one. That's how you enlarge it.
the next button next to that one. What button, man?
Well, on the bottom, you see all those buttons there. It
It just
tells
gives
you
you a
what it
bigger
is.
screen. It just
Yeah,
gives you a bigger screen. It doesn't.
Well, it does on mine. So, but I don't have a second monitor. So,
Anyways, he
yeah.
gave a great speech, and what was great, like I said, with his son Dominic, they're the only ones that didn't stand up. And then in the middle of Ray's speech, probably about 5 minutes into it, the three of them got up and walked off stage. Because all of a sudden you heard booing. I was like, what the hell? Why are they booing? And when you turn, it's because the three of them walked up and they walked off stage. So
Yeah, I heard about
storyline.
that. Yeah.
So but it was a good speech. Good, like, good class. I could see. I was surprised for Stacy Keebler. She had Mick Foley induct her. It was
Oh,
Mick
wow.
Foley and Tori Wilson, and she said because Mick had always treated her well, even when she first got there in WCW. I
Yep.
guess Mick was there at the time, and he said
Oh, yeah.
She said he was the first person that she met, and that he was always kind to her since then. And of course, the other person that was there was Tori Wilson, who they were their best buds. So it was,
Yeah.
I figured okay for her to be there. But that speech that Conan gave for Ray, it was crazy because he talked about that he met Ray when Ray was only like 11 or 12 years
11.
old.
Mm-hmm.
So, and he gave the whole speech, about how it progressed and how, he got his job because, they were starting a new company called AAA, and that Conan knew the owner, and then, he had to hard sell him. And the same thing, once he jumped to ECW, he had to hard sell Ray to Paul E. And the same thing with, once he jumped to WCW, Conan kind of mirrored him all along the way. So Conan was always the guy that was selling him, say, hey, take a chance on this guy. You won't be sorry. You won't be sorry. And all the way through. So,
Yep.
but he gave a great speech.
I bet. Sounds very good. I'll have to re-find it.
It's probably on there now.
Yeah, the correct one's probably on there now because they were showing it. I was going this way, and then I went back to this way, and they were only showing the old one. I'm like,
Yeah, I know what you're talking about because mine was the same way. But the thing is, with me, I scrolled down, so I scrolled down
well, you
past
went
like
down the menu.
the huh?
You went down the menu from the main menu.
Yeah, for the main menu when it comes up, when Peacock first shows up, it said things happening, blah blah blah, and then you go down and it says movies and TV shows, and specifically for you, and I went past, scrolled all that, and finally, like 5 or 6 down, it said coming on live, Hall of Fame ceremony. So that's the one I clicked. But on the top, I do remember saying them showing it was like the old Hall of Fame ceremonies. But I was like, no, I don't want that. So I just scrolled down.
Yeah. I only went to the WWE one because I thought it would be under there, and it was. But the only video package for the Hall of Fame they showed on that video was Ray being inducted. That was only 30 seconds. I'm like, well, that's not it.
Yeah.
But yeah, I'll have to watch it again. How did you feel about? I'm sure Jerry Lawler inducted Andy Kaufman.
Kaufman, that's who I couldn't think of. It was Andy Kaufman. That's right. Yeah. Actually, Jerry Lawler evidently is sick or something because he had a video saying that he's still he said, I'm still recovering, so I couldn't be there. So he had Jimmy Hart induct him in LA. So the video was from Jerry's home in Memphis. He said, I wish I could be there, but I can't. I'm recovering, and so I can't be there. So I'm asking my good friend Jimmy Hart to induct me, or induct Andy. So I was like, oh, okay. What happened to Jerry now?
Yeah, we'll have to look into that. I didn't know.
Maybe he had COVID or something. I don't know.
Yeah, something.
I think I got a little bit of a bigger picture. I'm not sure if it shows everything you wanted it to show.
Yeah, that's a little bit better.
Yeah,
you can just tell the ornateness that they worked into that mask. I mean, it was just like I said, it's a gorgeous looking mask. Jeez.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I mean, once again, my power flickered off again, so that's where I went.
Well, once your power flickered off, you noticed I kept looking around my apartment, going, "What? Oh, never mind." We just had like a little, like we just had like a little
3,000 miles away.
Yeah, but we just had like a little. We had like a little baby earthquake. That's all. So I was like, oh, whatever.
But we got a windstorm going throughout the state, so I think that's what's knocking out the power here and there. I don't know. Doesn't look too bad outside, but this grid goes all over the place, so who knows?
Yeah, and they just reported too that there's a tornado that touched down in Montebello. I don't know how far Big Dog is from Montebello, out there in San Bernardino area.
Oh yeah, that was last week.
Oh.
Yeah, I mean they made the news everywhere because tornadoes don't usually touch down in California.
No, we don't have.
It showed up or in Montebello out of nowhere, and it lasted for about 2-3 minutes only, and then dissipated. But it took out something like 9 or 10 houses and a couple of warehouses that they lost their roofs in just those couple of minutes. And it was considered a Category 1, which is the weakest, but still it was something like 85 mile an hour winds.
Yeah.
So between the two of you guys on predictions, who's going to win, Roman or Cody?
Oh my gosh. There is so much on the line on this, and it's such a build-up.
Yeah.
I'm going to go with my Cody Rhodes.
Yep, I agree.
I agree as well. I agree as well, Cody.
Did you read that? And supposedly it's been leaked that there is a new championship belt.
Yes, I heard about that.
Either Monday or Tuesday. So everybody's thinking Roman Reigns' reign ends on Sunday, and they're going to introduce a new belt to Cody on Monday.
Probably.
Is the rumors. So we'll see on that, because I guess I did read in multiple places that Triple H has okayed a new belt. So it is coming now. Whether it comes Monday or not, I don't know, but there is supposed to be a new belt.
Wow, a new strap?
Yeah.
Wow.
I saw an interview during the week with Undertaker, and in fact, it was him and Stone Cold. Stone Cold's podcast. It's on Peacock. If you guys get a chance, watch it. It's a long interview. It's almost 2 hours. But
what's the podcast called?
Broken Skull Ranch.
Yeah.
Steve Austin's
Okay.
Broken Skull Ranch. And it's like it's season 1, episode like 14 or 15 or something like that. You can scroll down the episodes.
Mhm.
But I think it's like 2 hours, but he spills the beans on a lot of stuff. And what I didn't know, he talks about his Brock Lesnar match, where the streak was broken. And he said up until about an hour before it started, he was going over. He was going to beat Brock. And that was the plan, for him to beat Brock. And he said he was in his locker room, and he said Vince walked into his locker room. And he said as soon as he walked in, he looked at Vince. He's like, "You're changing it, aren't you?" And Vince went like, "Yeah, well, because of this, because of that." He said he knew something was up because whenever Vince wants to talk to you, he sends someone to your locker or whatever, and says, "Hey, Vince wants to see you in his office." He said, but the fact that Vince walked into his locker room, he knew something was up, and he said he immediately knew that the finish was going to be switched, and he kept asking him. He said, "Are you sure? Are you sure you want Brock to be the one?" Because he said in the interview with Stone Cold that he felt that the person that should have broke it would have been Roman Reigns. Because Roman, he said he felt Roman at the time needed that push. Whereas Brock beating Undertaker didn't do anything for Brock's career. And it's true. It didn't. It didn't raise him any higher. He was still a beast. But I think, had Roman beat him where he was undefeated 2 years later, I think that, it really would have made a big difference. But the fact that Brock did it, and he says even to this day, he still doesn't agree with Vince on that Brock went over. He says he doesn't mind losing. He said he just didn't feel it was to the right person.
Yeah.
Right. So the Undertaker actually gave some details, huh?
Yeah. He's over the last year and a half, 2 years, is more Mark Calloway than Undertaker now. So he says it's hard for him, but he sees that the people are really interested and actually want to hear these stories. So that's why he does his one-man show, which I think was last night. He had his one-man show at LA Live or wherever it was. So he kind of like Mick Foley, where he'll go up, he'll just start telling stories. Maybe take a couple of questions from the crowd, and then more stories.
Yeah.
But
wow.
From what I hear,
that he was that for a long time he was tight-lipped. He still wasn't going to say much.
And he says it was hard for him. He said for 35 years he kept a persona. Period. You didn't see Mark Calloway ever. Is the way he put it. He said, but he realizes now that people want to hear, and the way social media is now, and blah blah blah. So he says he still has a hard time with some things, but he's more open to speaking about behind the scenes.
And does he make some coin doing that?
Oh, of course.
Yeah. What do you
I
think?
just wondered.
The one-man show thing, the cheapest tickets, because of course I looked, and I was like, ooh, I want to go see Taker. And I said, okay, never mind.
Oh, man,
the
that
tickets,
bad, huh?
The tickets that were in the upper balcony, I believe were $180 in the back of the balcony, the nosebleeds, so to speak. If you were down at the bottom, and it included the meet and greet, where you got to meet and take a picture with them, I believe those were $3,700 or some shit like
Holy wow.
Yeah.
Well, he is the dead man, so.
Yeah. But 37. Wow, that's nice, but out of my range.
Yeah. Same here. And even when he was signing, because we've talked about Frankensons, the Collectibles warehouse is down here that Roger and I have mentioned. They do signings there. So in fact, I think next weekend is the Raiders yearly thing. So Bo Jackson's going to be there, Marcus Allen, a bunch of other. I wish Howie Long would have been there, but oh well. But a bunch of others are going to be there. The yearly things. Anyways, Undertaker was there, and the line, from what I hear, was a couple of thousand deep. He was only there for 3 hours. And where they're at, it's an old Costco warehouse. So you know how big that is.
Yeah.
The line literally wrapped around the Costco. I think they said twice.
Oh my gosh.
Well, I bet they did.
He was charging $200 for a signature and $200 for a picture. And no combo pack, for 150 or whatever. No, it was 200 for each. So $400 if you want a pick and an autograph per item, by the way. Not just so you know. So you got 3 items at
600,000 people that want to spend, want to drop. I mean, want to drop at least 2 bills. Wow.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
I saw.
So how many? How many he turned away then?
I don't know. A lot.
I think they gave out tickets. Because I mean, there's no way he got through that many people in 3 hours.
If I remember correctly, they gave out like tickets to the first 1,000 or 2,000 people or whatever. I guess they figured it would take for him to sign. And once you got that last ticket, everybody behind them, they said, "Sorry, there's not enough time."
Yeah.
So there was a lot of mad people.
I bet.
Well, that's what typically happens. That's what happened when I did a meet and greet with Pentagon when he came down here a few months ago, and they moved the line. Our team was like, "Go, you're next. Go, take a picture. You're next. Go," and they just kept moving along, and they got through everybody.
Well, that's good. They did it quick.
Yeah.
Hey guys, I'm going to have to go.
I'm sorry.
Okay. Say hi to your mom. I hope she's doing well, and have a safe week. And of course, high five the king.
I'll try the so. You look after yourself. Stay safe, guys. Okay.
You too.
You too.
Bye.
Good to see you, anime girl.
Bye.
Oh,
You too. Bye.
All right. Oh, she was still there. Okay. Well, so is there any other? Were you done with that? Go ahead, Big Dog. I thought you were.
Yeah, no. I was going to go on and say one of the other predictions I wanted from you guys was the other big match for night one, which was Sammy and KO versus Usos. I'm going Sammy KO.
Yeah, me too.
This story has gone on for like.
I know who the Usos are, but I think I know who they are. But I just agree with you guys. Just be on the safe side.
Well, the Usos are they're a tag team. They're actual brothers. In fact, they're twins. I don't know, Almighty, if you remember Rikishi.
No.
Big old guy, blonde hair.
Okay.
Samoan.
Yeah.
He would do the Steve face where. Okay, that is those are his kids.
Oh, I see.
Mm-hmm.
And same thing with Solo. Solo Sikoa is his third son, and he's the younger brother to the twins.
Oh, okay. Big butt. Okay.
So this storyline has been going for 9 months. This is one of the few times that they're actually doing classic storytelling, where they're actually going, like a year-long story. And Sami Zayn and Kevin Owens, like I said, they're indie guys. They're great indie guys. I've met Kevin a few times. I never got a chance to meet Sami Zayn because one of the first times I went to PWG, it was Sami Zayn's last match before he went to WWE, and that's when he was wearing his mask and he was called El Generico.
Yep.
And his story, or excuse me, the story of El Generico was he's leaving wrestling to go take care of orphans in Mexico.
Yep, I remember that.
That was his story. So he left, and it's funny because in interviews a little bit after that, Kevin Owens talked about, his buddy Generico, is taking care of orphans in Mexico. But there's this guy in NXT that bears a striking resemblance to a person I know. Of course, he was talking about Sami Zayn.
Yeah.
Oh, to the guy that's taking care of orphans,
Yeah.
you mean?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, that works. Hey,
These
real
guys,
quick, what do you
yeah.
think about
Yeah.
Flair and Ripley?
I think it's Rhea's time to have a belt and to run with it, to have challengers and her be the chicken shit heel. Because I think she has the persona for it. Charlotte will always be in the championship picture.
Yep.
She's that gifted. I mean, you talk about a wrestler that was born into the sport.
Yeah,
I mean,
of course.
she got all the right chromosomes or whatever, to be a wrestler. Because Flair to me is the best wrestler of all time. And I think she might actually outdo her dad because of what she can do, on the top of the ring where she does a lot of aerial stuff. Flair never did aerial stuff.
I've seen her wrestle before.
Yeah, she's an excellent wrestler.
And I mean, and also she's not small. I mean, she's kind of tall too. I mean,
she's 5'10", I believe.
Yeah, so I mean, he's not exactly like, and she also has the woo down. So I mean,
Yeah.
But Flair. Let's put it this way: Charlotte does not need the title to be popular. No. There's certain people that you put the belt on them to elevate them, and there's others like Seth Rollins, like Seth. Seth does not need the belt. Everybody goes bonkers every time Seth comes out.
Yeah,
so
they do.
There's certain wrestlers that don't need the belt. They're gonna be on the top of the heap no matter what. So I think this will help Rhea elevate her status, and Charlotte's status. The loss won't hurt her.
Well, I know what you mean about Seth because I always go crazy when he comes out. It doesn't matter. I mean, you want to see this crazy man wrestle. I mean, the way he comes down that ramp, oh my gosh. I mean, he's ready to go. And so what you're saying is that, go ahead.
No, I was just going to real quick say, and the funny thing is Seth is very self-conscious about coming down the ramp because he says he doesn't know how to dance. So those moves he feels are just completely wrong. But he does it because, you get caught up in the moment and you just do it.
But it works for him too, though. I mean, you're thinking, this guy's nuts. I mean, you wonder what this guy's doing coming down the ramp. He's like, it works for him though, doesn't it? It helps his character.
I loved it those few months where he came out with some outrageous outfit every week. Where he came out with, the bright green and fluorescent red and, with the costumes that he was wearing. And he actually in an interview said, they asked, well, what do you want to do? He said he told the seamstress or whoever makes the costumes, he's like, think of the most outrageous thing you could think of. Because then I'll wear it. Because I'll wear it out there.
Wow, that's fantastic.
And just in case anybody is interested in this, is that for NXT Stand and Deliver, it's going to start out with an 8-person tag match. The winner will gain control of Big Dog's favorite thing, Chase University. Chisholm and Chase will take on Tyler Bates for Chase University. The unsanctioned match, Johnny Gargano, who we've been seeing on Raw and SmackDown this week.
I want to see that match. That's the match I want.
Yeah,
that's
me too.
One hell of a match because Johnny Gargano, he is Mr. Wrestling, and those matches that he had against Ciampa, oh my God. Almighty, if you ever can go back, go to NXT and look up anything Ciampa versus Gargano, and those matches are, you're gonna be like, the whole time you're gonna be saying, holy shit,
Oh
holy
my!
fuck.
All right, I'll do that.
Yep.
Is that on the Peacock?
Yeah.
Well, then I
Look at the NXT. Yeah.
okay. Well, then I will do a search. I don't know if I have time today before WrestleMania, but I'll have it in the back of my mind, which I'll probably forget.
Or what you could, yeah, or what you could do too is just like Google Ciampa versus Gargano, and when the matches come up, it'll say like Stand and Deliver 03 or Stand and Deliver 17. This way you can look at that, just look for
Right.
that when you go to Peacock. It'll be quicker.
Okay.
Yep.
That sounds
The women's tag team titles are on the line. Kiana James and Fallon Henry, they are the champions, will take on Albano Frater and Isla Dawn. They had a crashing on NXT on Tuesday. The North American Championship is in a fatal five-way. Wesley,
That'll be good.
Megan Lee, JD McDonough, and Akam, and one more person who came out as a surprise entrant just before they ended the show. I'm also in the match. One of those. The NXT women's match will be in a ladder match. Roxanne Perez, Zoe Stark, Johnny Dolphin, Tiffany Staten, Lyra Valaker, and Indy Hartwell. Also, Big Dog's favorite wrestler.
And it was exactly what I said. Remember when we talked about this last week? That Roxanne Perez was going to come back and say, "Oh, I'm cleared now. Put me in the match."
Yeah.
That's exactly what happened.
Exactly.
Ronda is not relevant. No, she is happy being a tag team participant now. She says she needs to save her body so that she can last longer in wrestling.
Yeah.
I call BS on that. I think she's just wrestling just so she can get her paycheck, and if she knows that if she's in a tag match, she doesn't have to pull the whole entire load. Because honestly, guys, she's not a great wrestler. She's not a great professional wrestler, excuse me. She's a great fighter. Right. She's great at MMA. But as far as being actually like a ring technician, she's not.
No.
I haven't seen her in a while either. I don't know.
She's going to be in a tag team four-way, so it'll be 8 women, 4 tag teams. She's one of the tag teams, and she's with
Shayna Baszler.
the Queen of Hearts. Yeah, Shayna Baszler, who is a decent wrestler. She's not great either, but she's decent and can do stuff more than Ronda. So, like, when they've been coming out, Ronda's usually on the side, and Shayna Baszler goes in and does all the work. So, I don't know. It seems like Ronda is bored. Would you agree, Speedy? Maybe.
Yeah, I get that vibe too.
She's not like fully invested in wrestling. When she's out there, she's just like, eh.
So you're saying that all the excitement has worn off and that she's jaded already or bored with it, like you said? I can see that. I mean, because when I watched the match where she lost, that crazy match that she lost, she didn't seem like she was really into it. And I don't know. Maybe she misses MMA. I mean, maybe she wants the actual fight.
Actually, I think she might be missing her daughter or son. I can't remember what. I think she had a daughter. I think she's missing just being a mom. Because, when you wrestle, you're on the road.
That's true.
If I'm not mistaken, I think they said like 38 of the 52 weeks you're on the road or more.
Mm-hmm.
So
I didn't even. That's my bad. I should have thought about that. But yeah, she just had the baby, right? And now, I mean, it's not that
baby
old.
Might be about a year and a half, maybe. That's about it. Yeah.
Hopefully she was there if the child started walking already and stuff. But I mean, now the baby is taken off.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah. And you don't want to miss those first steps or her first word. probably was her first word was probably Rowdy Rousey, but I can see that. I can see that, Big Dog, because if you're a first time mom, you want to be with that child. Really, I mean, I see what you're saying, Big Dog.
And for Speedy. Like I'll give credit to Becky, but the fact is her husband's with her all the time. They're on the same show. Her and Seth, of course, are married, and they have a little girl. But according to Becky, she brings the baby with her everywhere she goes.
Yeah.
But I think that dynamic works because Seth is there also. So you have the husband and the wife. Mom and dad are both there.
They're
Whereas
both
Rhonda,
right? Yeah.
Yeah, and Rhonda, I think her husband, I think, is a coach, MMA coach, or bodybuilder or something like that. He's in a sport of some sort, and I don't know if he's still active or not. But that's got to weigh hard also.
Yeah, I think that works. With Seth and Becky, because it's like, well, you take care of her. I got to go take off for my match. My match next.
Yeah, I got to go beat the shit. I got to go beat the shit out of Sean. I'll be back right now.
Yeah.
But I remember she did give an interview, and she said the hardest part was when she came back. When she first came back, she said the hardest part was taking bumps where she fell on her stomach. She said because she was breastfeeding.
Oh.
So she said her chest was extremely sensitive.
Yeah.
And she had to take those bumps.
Yeah.
Oh, Marty's like, no.
I know. I mean, I don't know personally, but I can. Anyway, you know what I mean, kind of. But to take the fall on those sensitive parts would be rough. Yeah.
But all in all, guys, I think night one is going to be the better night. It seemed to have the better matchups. It's one less match because I think it's 8 matches versus 7 matches, Saturday versus Sunday. So, I don't have it.
Well, you would hope that Sunday would be better this time.
Well, I think what they're going to do is I think there's only 6 matches on Sunday versus 7 on Saturday. So I think they might be going for longer matches, I think, on Sunday.
Well, last Sunday they were shorter and sucked, right, Speedy?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Well, you watched it too, Big Dog. I mean, I did too. It's like, what the? They're only out there for not very long. And then when they were out there, it was like, oh my God, this is boring as crap. And compared to Saturday, I mean, we all agreed on last Saturday.
Yeah.
So hopefully, and we've talked about this, hopefully Sunday is the better than Saturday, because Saturday, anyway, I just hope they get it right this time. And if this 2-day thing doesn't work this year, that they forget about it in 24.
Nah, Vince is too money hungry. The fact that he can get 90,000, the fact that he can get 90,000
every day,
2 days in a row.
Yeah.
He's not going to be able to put 90,000 in tickets.
Yeah,
but as far as it's like as far as night 2, Gunther, Sheamus, McIntyre, I say goes 15-20 minutes. Edge versus now Edge versus the Demon, or Edge versus Balor, that I see closer to a half hour because they both can go that long.
Wow. Okay.
The women's 4-way match, 10 minutes. That's the way I figure. Bianca versus Asuka, 17 to 20 minutes.
Who wins that one, Big Dog?
Oh,
that's going to be a heck of a match, no matter how long it lasts.
I think they're still going to. I think Bianca will still retain. I think they still want to get more out of her, and the fact that she's in LA, in Inglewood, which is a predominantly black area, they might want to still try and get. Well, I mean, the demographics there, so they're going to.
Yeah, I know, but I can see that too. I mean, but Osaka doesn't suck either. So, I mean, it's good. I mean, she's a feisty one.
Hell yeah, she is.
Holy crap! I've never seen anybody like that move like she does, man. I mean,
yeah, She's an excellent wrestler. That was one of the best.
It doesn't
pickups
matter how
that
small she
WWE
is, she
made.
gets that shit done.
Yep. The Lesnar versus Omos match, 3 minutes, maybe 5. It's
Yeah.
gonna be like that. Roman versus Cody, that's gonna go 30 plus,
Yeah, definitely.
and back and forth.
That is
Hopefully,
that better be a great match. I mean, that's what everybody's waiting for.
Cody can put on a real. Cody is capable of putting on that type of match.
He
has
is. I mean,
before.
I've seen him wrestle, so I know he can pull it off, right, Speedy?
Yeah.
The thing is going to be is if Roman can last that long, because I don't know if he has a gas tank that'll go 30 minutes.
Oh, he may not
He's
have
a
the
big.
stamina.
Yeah, he's a big guy. He does, tries to do explosive moves. So I don't know if he's gonna be able to last that long. I hope he does because I want a long match.
Well, it depends how long
and-
how long they rest on the tarp until
That's
they get
true.
up again. I mean, if they
Yeah.
take that 5-minute break, like, oh man, we can't get up for some reason. They're like chained down to the mat. So who knows?
And I know there's gonna be interference because that's just the way it's
Yeah.
gonna be. But
Uh-huh.
I would wish that it was just a true one-on-one. If Roman loses, I want him to lose clean. I don't want him. He's won so
Right.
many matches because of interference.
You don't
It'd be
want
great
any
for Cody to have-
shenanigans.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can see that. I wouldn't either. I mean, this is the match of it's WrestleMania, so it's supposed to be the match of the year, right? I mean, this is for all
Yeah.
the marbles.
Yeah. You know what they should do? And right after Roman's music hit and he's already in the ring, have Adam come out and go, Roman, you stay right there. Usos and anybody else, if anybody interferes in this match, Roman, you will be immediately disqualified and stripped of the title. Kind of like what Vince did years ago remember when he told Steve Austin, if you
Yeah.
don't humble yourself this Sunday, I guarantee you I will fire your ass on the spot. And people didn't think he was going to do it, and neither did Steve Austin. And he's like, you actually came out on pay-per-view, and I didn't think you had the balls to fire me on the spot. But I guess I was proved wrong. Maybe something like that will happen. And then the other rumor is people are saying that Vicky should come in and get involved with Ray and Dominic. I'm like, God, please no.
Jay, the pregame
She can't.
starts at 7, and then the matches start at 8. Correct? Is that correct? That's still the format.
Yeah.
That is Eastern time, yes. So 3
Yeah,
o'clock
Eastern time.
Pacific.
Yeah, Eastern time. I guess Western time. Yeah.
Western
Oh,
time.
geez.
Pacific.
Yeah,
for the- 3
Western
o'clock
time,
Pacific-
partner. Yeah.
3 o'clock Pacific for the pre-show, and 5 o'clock is kickoff for WrestleMania both days. And Vicky, of course, can't show up because she works for AEW. Thank God. Oh, thank God she can't show up. Not thank God that she works for AEW because they need to kick her out of there too. She's annoying. No problem.
Excuse me.
And if you missed the live version, you can also watch it because they will you'll be able to watch it later on if you missed it the first time.
Oh, of course, yeah.
Yeah.
So
The funny thing with the excuse me, I don't know if I think you've heard the story before. About 10, 15 years ago, I had a buddy of mine when I was still with Rite Aid, and he knew a guy that worked for WWE. The guy's name was Bret Hart. Not that Bret Hart. But the guy was in production. The guy's name was Bret Hart. So he got a hold of my buddy and said, hey, do you have some friends? Because Raw's coming to LA and we need seat fillers. And all you guys do, we'll give you a special wristband. And whenever the seat is empty, you guys sit there till that person comes back. Because we can't have empty seats when the camera's on. So he called me and I went a few times. I went probably, maybe a dozen different times to Anaheim and LA for Raw and SmackDown and even for pay-per-views. And we just got in for free. We stand outside, the guy comes out, gives us a wristband, and then you walk in and he tells you where to sit. Sit here, sit there. Of course, people get pissed off. Hey, you're in my seat. We were supposed to immediately show our wristband and say, hey, we're seat fillers. Don't worry about it. So that's exactly what we would do with some idiots, that had too much beer already. You're in my seat, goddamn it. Dude, I'm a seat filler. We can't have the cameras empty, so here's your seat back. I'll just, no problem. And they were like, oh, okay. Anyways, we were there one time. Vicky comes out and she's, does her excuse me. And the entire, at the time it was Staples Center, the entire Staples Center booed her. I swear to God, people, I swear, we booed for 15 straight minutes. We would not let her talk. We would not let her talk.
Oh man! Are you
And
kidding?
every time she'd open her mouth, the entire place would start booing. So I went home because, of course, it's taped early. So I went home for the 8 o'clock version, and they cut, of course, because they couldn't have us boo for 15 minutes on television.
Right. Yeah.
So they only did like a minute, and then they cut to her spot. And I was like, hey, wait a minute. We booed way more than that. So we actually stopped production of the show for about 15 minutes just because the crowd was just hot that day. Everybody was into it. And when she came out, everybody just booed the crap out of her.
Well, it's all about cut, copy, paste, and edit.
Pretty much.
Wow. Okay.
What did you think about? Oh,
go ahead.
What did you think about the AEW cutoff show after Dynamite? I thought it was, it was good.
It was good. It gave some insight, what Adam Cole was going through and Britt Baker goes through, the way she got that shot in the back. They actually showed it.
Yeah, they showed that. She's like, ow!
Yep.
And a lot of people didn't think she was a real life dentist, and they showed her working.
I don't know why they kept. I mean, they've established the fact that she's a real dentist, but I guess people still don't know. It's a storyline. No, I remember she's worked her ass off. She, like she said, she went to medical school for 6-8 years.
Yeah, 8 years.
That's a pretty good backup, don't you think, Almighty?
What's that?
She wrestles on Britt Baker. I don't know if you know who that from AEW, Britt Baker.
No.
She wrestles, of course, on Wednesdays and Fridays and the once-a-month pay-per-views or once every other month. And then during her off time, she goes to her regular job. She is a certified dentist. She's a medical dentist. That's why if you ever see her when she comes out, they go Britt Baker and she goes DMD. It's part of her catchphrase.
Yep.
Well, at least she has a dental plan.
Yep. And I think she's the dentist to a lot of those wrestlers.
Probably.
Yeah, I'm sure she is.
Because most of those wrestlers live in either Texas or Florida because of the no tax. The only ones that usually really don't are the Bucks, Miz and Maurice, I know live in LA, and a couple of others. But for the most part, wrestlers live in Florida because there's no tax.
Yeah.
So, but what I was going to say, guys, is I was a little disappointed, and they've done it now 2 years in a row, or maybe 3. The Andre the Giant Battle Royal. Now they have it on SmackDown.
Yeah.
I'm used to having it on WrestleMania. If anything, okay, you don't want to have the main show, put it on the pre-show. It'd be a perfect pre-show match. You got 2 hours of people talking. You could take 20 minutes out of that to have a Battle Royal.
It looks like Jay being the upsets in the Final Four.
What's that?
I asked the chat room if they had any favorites for the Final Four, and Jay picked UConn and San Diego. That's the high seed team, so he doesn't expect any kind of upset.
Well, that's because all the upsets already happened.
Yeah, that's true. They already did. starting at the very beginning.
Starting the round of 64, there was upsets. Holy crap!
Yeah, that's what I mean. Right from the start.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah. But I thought I know I'm carrying on 2 different things because the Final Four is good. He's getting ready for that, and he seems interested in that. And I might watch it too because I know that I can. But we'll see.
Yeah, and that's why I posted what I posted last night, because I saw all my friends in LA. They were all shaking because they were all there in the front row and going, Bobby Lashley won the Battle Royal? Whose idea was that?
That is true.
My friends in LA were pissed.
I wish the other thing I also wish, but then they made it into its own pay-per-view, was when they had the ladder match in
Yeah.
WrestleMania. And that was the way to get the mid-card guys their WrestleMania check. Because, you get eight, 9 guys, and they just tell them to go crazy. And Shelton Benjamin was, oh my God, that guy was awesome. I posted I'm not sure if I posted to all you guys, but there was a couple of things that Shelton Benjamin highlights. And that guy was Kofi Kingston before Kofi Kingston, with the crazy stuff that he did.
Yeah.
So, it's a shame that they took 2 decent matches to get the mid-level guys their payoff check. I mean, this is the big check of the year for everyone. And if you're not on it, you don't get that check.
Right.
And I know Vince is a tightwad and stuff, but he is a freaking billionaire.
Yeah.
Let these guys that are your workhorses. These are your workhorses. Give them a chance at WrestleMania to get that extra big paycheck. So they can have a decent year.
Yeah, at least half that.
Yeah. So same thing with the Battle Royal. He moved it off the Battle Royal. He moved it off of WrestleMania. So now they just get the regular TV time. They don't get pay-per-view. They don't get their pay-per-view check.
Right.
Now all those guys that were in the Battle Royal, they're not going to be at WrestleMania.
Nope. That's why there's only one ladder match for Stand and Deliver. Because, like you said, there's no more. There's no more of that. They botched that whole thing.
They should have War Games actually for this weekend. That would have been awesome. I love.
Yeah, that would have been awesome.
But anyways, guys, we are over, and I'm not sure if there's the unusual show that comes on after I forgot the name of it.
Well, I checked and I didn't see it, but all I see listed is the tattoo show. And that just reminds me of Fantasy Island with Tattoo going, the plane. But,
Now that it's politically incorrect, they can't do that no more.
Well, I'm just saying.
No, I know.
Yeah, well, it's time for me to turn on my Peacock and leave Peacock on all day.
Yep, it'll be on. The pre-show probably just started. Yeah.
Yeah, pre-show. Well, there's a
get to listen to Booker T.
Yeah, but then all that into and the same video packaging for Stand and Deliver.
I know.
And I do the same thing for the actual pay-per-view later. So during that time, I just give my because Anthony, when I helped him out a few weeks ago, he took me to Costco and he's like, "Here, I got you a bunch of pizza. That for whatever." I'm like, "Oh, you can go for the pay-per-view." So I got 3 of those. I'll put those in the oven right now. Well, Peacock is loading. So, and there goes Almighty. Almighty wants to go for pizza too.
Well, yeah. So, anyway, yeah. So, go enjoy your pay-per-view. Everyone in the chat room, thank you for joining us. Once again, if you're a wrestling fan, WrestleMania starts at 5 p.m. Pacific time. There is a 2-hour pre-show. NXT has their WrestleMania, which is called Stand and Deliver, and that starts in 1 hour. The pre-show has already started for NXT. Everything is available on Peacock. So if you have the Peacock channel, enjoy. It's worth it. These are the days that it's worth paying the $9.99 or $7.99 or $12.99, whatever you pay, because as we all know, WrestleMania or any pay-per-view is about $55 to $60. So you get over this weekend, you get 3 pay-per-views for the price of $9.99. So can't beat that price, guys. Anyways, have a safe weekend. Speedy, take us out.
Everyone, enjoy the pay-per-view if you're going to watch it. Enjoy everything else. Baseball if you're going to watch that too. And we'll see you next week. Take care.
See ya.
Peace.